1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Looks good. What up, Sammy? Hello. What up, Ed Silver? What's going on? Looks good. What up, Sammy? Hello. What up, Ed Silver? Oh, there's gonna be a lot of feedback on that. I don't want that. What's going on? Let's put on some music. Put some lo-fi. Let's start off the day. All right, so I have no mouse. Unfortunately, no mouse today, so it's gonna be really annoying. Let me know how the camera looks in general. I got a new little setup right now. I'm just trying to see. Oh, it's all working out. I think the video, at least yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a win. I think the audio is good too. Let me see. Yep, audio's great. Can't argue with that. All right, perfect. Good morning, and let me go ahead and blast the the YouTube on the Discord. Just getting my morning set up. It's a little early right now. A lot of things to look for, a lot of things to do and talk about. So let's see what happens. All right, got one last thing to do. All right. One, two. Business, Nvidia, tech, bullish, bearish. All right, we are ready. All right, let's take a look at the market overall. I've been combing through tickers this morning. Bull looks bullish. You can say that again. I mean, bull has always been on my radar. As we can see here, it's inside an asymmetrical triangle. Never really has broken down to the downside. It just always keeps respecting this bottom trend line here as we have multiple touches of support. So obviously I can bring that up a little bit. Let me turn on the 12 hours so you can see those candles touch. This one almost barely did, but anyway, it still stands true in an asymmetrical triangle. So we are seeing a key resistance here right at that 1544, obviously right at this liquidity zone. So really interesting to see where this is going to pan out. Let me turn on the daily real quick. So yeah. Let's turn on the 4 hour one last time. So this little area right here, at least around 1533, is going to be a key support, key resistance area. We got to break above that. If you get into the 236 macro right there at the 1654, this thing can really make some moves. I mean, it can make some headwinds. So just something to consider if you're going to think about getting into bull. Personally, I would, not financial advice, but I would wait to see what's going to happen after an hour throughout the day. Usually I don't trade for an hour. Once market opens, I just don't touch it. That's just my rule. I stay away from the market for an hour and things can go up. I personally don't care if they do. I'd rather just save myself the potential losses if volatility doesn't play in your favor, right? And I've been in those situations before. So that's why I always say protect yourselves and try and at least wait for an hour. Open, yes, I know. Open is absolutely, I'm telling you, open, I still say $7. Open, without question. Open is just my opinion. It's gonna go to 7. My opinion. You cannot argue with the strength of this trend, and you're building multiple bearish divergences on top of that. Excuse me, well, right now a fat one. Let me double check if it's in the 3-day. Yeah, it's one fat bearish divergence right now. Look at this. It's a fat one. Now we got to be within a range. Okay, yep. That's one fat bearish divergence right here. And this one's technically a class B. The RSI to the right lip still hasn't printed. Obviously, it's in the works today. Obviously, whatever we define today will be the divergence completion. But with the strength of this stock, look at your RSI, folks. What do you see here? What do you see here on the RSI? Does anybody know what that is? Sorry, guys, I have no mouse today, so let me go ahead and clean that up. I'm using my trackpad. So let's take a look at this. Does anybody know what this is? Does anybody know what that is? All right, maybe the drawing is not going to work today because I have no mouse. Oh, God. I have no mouse today, folks. Does anybody know what's happening here? Head and shoulders. That's right. Inverted head and shoulders. Figueroa 2K. It's wonderful. Inverted head and shoulders. Damn right. Inverted. This thing is gonna blast off. Your Wi-Fi is lagging bad, bro. Is it? Thank you for reminding me. Shit. Alright, it's bad. Okay. How can I fix this? How can I fix this? Crap. Maybe if the Wi-Fi is bad, then maybe I need to lower the bitrate. Crap. Fuck. I mean, it looks decent. Maybe the music in the background is what's causing it. Is anybody else having issues with my Wi-Fi connection? Let me know, and then I'll try and figure it out. Because I'm looking at my... Not so far. Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep monitoring. Thank you, Mike Fam, for the heads up. I'll consider that as a warning for now. I am in one of the... I am outside my normal home. So let's see if it's going to be sustained. So most of you don't know, the Palantir, CEO of Palantir, sold about 1/5 of his share size, and I think he walked away with around. Let me double check. I want to make sure I got this right. But the CEO of Palantir sold 1/5 of his shares. PLTR sells stock right here. Alex Karp unloaded about $50 million worth of shares in the Data Analytics Artificial. This was on May 20, April. What? That's not the one. Let me do today, August 2025. That was... All right, so today, August 22nd, $63 million, folks. $63 million. Check this out. Palantir CEO Karp dumps 63 million as Palantir surges 111%. $63 million. Listen, I'm no genie in a bottle, but you know that's a little bit worrisome. Just saying, I'd be a little bit worried right now. Bitcoin had a huge sell-off this past weekend, or I should say yesterday. Some whale dumped a good portion, 241 Bitcoin or something like along those lines. So obviously we had this completion here at the shark harmonic at the 110 to the T. I posted this on my Twitter, and thus looks like we're coming back down again to retest it, but we hit the profit target at the 382. You can argue that we were like literally, we were 0.16% from the profit target number one. but this would be now considered a successful shark harmonic completion, and the phases of this shark harmonic has been successful. So we're gonna now ignore this and then move on to the next patterns that we see in our list. I'll leave it there just for the sake of calling this one out back about a week and a half ago. So we'll leave that there for now. MBTS, let's take a look at MBTS. These are some of the players that we're looking at, and then I'll do KULR. MBTS right now, the 12-hour, breaking above this trend line, or at least it tried to, coming back down to 236, and then right below the trend line. So today's gonna be a very important area for MBTS. See if we can break this trend and above that bearish trend line continuation. KULR. KULR. Let's take a look at KULR. Ooh, 494 holding strong. I ain't even mad. I am not mad. I do like what I see thus far. Now, a couple things to note. We got to break above the 5 EMA daily, which we are somewhat now below it right now as we currently speak. We'll see what happens when market opens at 12 hour. But on the 12-hour time frame, we're above it. So we're testing that 10 EMA and somewhat we're sleeping on the VWAP right now. So a couple things to look for, especially with KULR. I do like what I see on the MACD and on the positive DI. But, you know, anything can happen at market open. The daily RSI is trying to break above the moving average on the RSI. So that just tells you, hey, the bounce was exactly at this bear zone. I think I spoke on this last week. I was anticipating more of this trend bounce. But, you know, as long as we got the bear zone bounce, that's fine. Look at that to the T, folks. To the T. Okay? I was hoping back here, since we have 2 pivot points. But that's fine with me. I have no issues with this right here. Absolutely not arguing with that. And we're underneath the center line on the MACD. So this is very significant, very important that we take a look at what's happening here on KULR. So far I like what I see happening. Let's see if it's going to sustain today. Cracker Barrel having a bearish momentum to the downside. CEO changed logos, and pretty much you're having a pissy fit with the overall market. NINO, folks, and NEO. I do love what I see with NEO. We've been talking about this for almost 2-3 weeks now. Shout out to I think it was what's his name in the Discord? One of the Discord members spoke on this. Shoot, his name is Gibbs, Mr. Gibbs. So yeah, shout out to Gibbs keeping an eye on this. And the bearish momentum's still there, but so far the trend of this thing looks like it's going to reverse. And so obviously let's wait for retracement. If you break above this 236 macro, I'm telling you folks, this thing can absolutely go fucking parabolic. This thing can absolutely go parabolic, folks, and this is something to consider on NINO. All right, we're gonna wait for the retracement. Looks like we're already up another 4.7% on the day. Let's just keep an eye on this, but if it comes back to certain support levels, I'm gonna consider position. Really, I'm really considering a position here. You're showing that you're breaking above key ratios on the Fibonacci at the macro, and if you want to know what those macros are, well, look at this, folks. Look at this. See this from the high to the low? And this was back in the day, 2020, from the all-time high in December of 2020 to the all-time low, which was approximately $2.97, April 2025. You draw your Fibonacci's from high to low, and look at the macro 236, folks. 622. We're breaking above the 622. Your candle sitting above this ratio is a very positive thing, because now you're shifting momentum and breaking out of a bearish trend. That's 2 things going for this thing. Okay, 2 things going for this thing. Lighter wants to move today, so yeah, I'll check up on Lighter right now. But the 236 is very important, folks. Okay, very, very. You guys have no idea how significant. Well, some of you folks have an idea how significant this is. And look, we're testing that trend line. Look at the bounce here. Look at the support. Look at it acting as support. Do not sleep on NEO. Do not sleep on NEO. And it was in a bull flat. Oh shit. Okay, so no, no. That's a descending triangle. You can argue it was a bull flag. Sometimes they're like symmetricals. So just for the sake of conversation, I just want to see where the target is off this measurement rule. All right, so we put it above the pole where the breakout zone is, and folks, your target off of this bull flag is approximately 762. So, and I just don't go off that. I like to look left, right? I want to add more oh my God. Look at that, folks. So off this bull flag, off this descending triangle, the measurement rule is you clone the bar, and then you put it on top of the breakout, wherever the breakout is on the edge, and then you clone it, and look at the exact, look at how you add confluence to your trading, your TA thesis. Look to your left, folks. What do you see here? Key resistance. Isn't that ironic how TA works? Look at that, folks. So count this one as a win right now, but this one, clean as day. Measurement pattern, clean as day. Look at key resistance area too, where we had a nice little rip and a dip. NINO. So this one's back on my radar. I'm gonna definitely have this one on my radar. It's too high right now. I don't get on FOMO. You guys know me. I don't buy on good days. I buy on red days. All right, let's take a look at LiDAR. LiDAR. Ooh. Oh yeah, this was the Nvidia play. Great reminder on this ticker. I haven't seen this ticker in a while. Look at that, folks. Look at that. So let me see what happened last time we looked at this. All right, we're at the 236. We're sitting above the 236 macro. That's a positive. Let me get rid of the... You know what I can do? Oh yeah, so LiDAR now sitting above the 2-3. Okay, all right, I see what's happening here. All right, let's take a look now. This looks good. This looks good. This actually looks good. I'm not gonna lie. Look at the bounce support candles right here at the 236, $2.43. In theory, this is a great way to consolidate, a good area of consolidation, because now you found your base after rip and you have multiple days to consider this bottom. So from a risk reward, you know that your bottom absolutely might be at the 236 yet again if you come back down and retest that. I do like this 10 EMA as acting as a layer of support. You're above the 5 EMA daily, even though you broke below it. Now your ultimate test is that 10 EMA. So you have two things going for this as a considerable bounce. Now, one thing I don't like on the 3-day is that this MACD, the signal line, the MACD line is coiling down. That I don't like for now. At least it looks like it's somewhat slanted at an angle. Let me check the daily. Okay, the daily also. So the daily's showing a little bit of reversal happening right now. But the 3-day, I don't like the 3-day yet thus far. But the daily looks like it wants to, coil up. But then again, you're just going to hit another key resistance area. Because look, every time you hit 298 or $3 approximately, you always get rejected. At least from what it looks like from the chart, it looks like a key area of resistance right now is $3. We really haven't left a range, so technically speaking, this is what you called a bottom rectangle. All right, bottom rectangle, or rectangle bottom, right? Rectangle bottom. We just find key areas of resistance support, and look what happens now. All right, we have about 20 minutes to market opens. Look at that. All right, are we gonna break out, or we're gonna come back to support and then hopefully break out again, right? So this is actually not bad. It's consolidating above the 236, but this is actually really good because you're building a story. So this is really, really good. You found key support again, 236. So that's really good. All right, everybody values this at a decent price. I mean, 236, really nice. 243, folks. All right, let's take a look at CoreWeave. Actually, CoreWeave is a great one to take a look at because this is pretty much driving the data centers. All right, where are we at with this thing? I spoke on this in my Discord. We completed descending scallop pattern. You take the measurement rule and you draw it from this key resistance for wherever we peaked, and then we bring it down and see where your resistance or your potential continuation bearish momentum might be, and thus you get the 0.5 ratio macro, okay, off of this descending scallop pattern. So we just take the measurement rule and you apply it at the peak of the resistance, and then you just draw it down where you might potentially get the reversal or the bounce. So in terms of what I see going on the 12-hour, yeah, I'm not liking what I see right now. Absolutely not. It does look like it want to spin another reversal to the top side, but again, this might be another descending scallop. Watch this, folks. Watch this. It looks like another descending scallop, mini descending scallop about to pan out. So there's a lot of key areas we have to look for, but look, another J. All right, another J. So a little bit concerning here. I don't like how the RSI is rejecting that moving average, and your MACD looks like it wants to go up, but again, look at the positive DI. It's like at an angle, and then your negative DI looks like it's coiling. So a lot of bearish indicators are going off on the 12-hour. Let's take a look at the daily. So the daily hasn't printed. Obviously, that's for today. You know, so let's see how we're going to sustain this, but we are at resistance at this 236, 96, 97. So you got to break above it because look, it's been a key resistance area. Resistance, support, and then resistance again. Actually broke below it, and then that acted as a resistance. Never really broke above the 382, excuse me. So this is going to be a very, very, very hard wall to break. Very hard wall to break. 382, 96, 97. Very interesting to see. Again, Bitcoin looked like it's still having a dumpy day. All right, open still. Now it's ending a little bit flat. KULR 494. Let's take a look at SPY. What's happening with SPY? Actually, let's turn on our futures. Actually, let's turn on the VIX future SPY. All right, let's turn on the 5-minute. All right, 5-minute. And we have futures here. We have the dollar index, and then we have VIX. And VIX is not here. All right, is anything more moving crazy? No. Nothing's really moving. Nothing's really moving. I am gonna bring new content to the stream, folks. I'm gonna do a little bit more financial talks about certain companies. I'm gonna do a little bit more. I just got a comment. Excuse me. So anyway, back to the what I was gonna say. I am looking more to learning on financials on some companies. I want to bring more content to my stream. I normally am just a TA guy, trader, day trader. I don't care about companies, financials, books, EPS, PE ratios, and all that good stuff. But I want to start leaning more towards a hybrid stream where we have day trading plus financials. And then eventually my end goal would be, you know, sitting on a nice portfolio size. Nice portfolio size for the stream. Basically, you know, you have your public portfolios and your private portfolios, but I want to hit like those $1 million trades. That's going to be the goal down the road. That's going to be maybe in a good 2 years, maybe less. But, you know, that's the goal. I really want to start speaking financials, looking at some of the books on some of the tickers that we're going to long. So if I bring TA plus financials, I mean, who knows how far we can get along with that, like how far we can go. SBT. Oh, guys, folks, I do have a bearish deep crab here on Ethereum. Is this Ethereum? Oh, no, this is Solana. Excuse me. Let me put that there. This was last night, actually. I was charting this. What the? There you go. Let me just put this here. At 237, SBET. Yeah, let's take a look at SBET and BMNR. We'll take a look at BMNR. Hello, what happened here? What is this arrow? What's going on here, folks? Oh, I do see something though. Oh, something's cooking. Whoa. Whoa. Timeout. That's a bat. 4-7 ratio is a bat, folks. The AC leg is lower than the C. That's also a good thing. That's very good, actually. I don't like the ratio completion at the AC, but we'll take a look at the 886 completion here at the 886. All right, 1 second. 86, and then that's a 2. Wow. So the ratios completely pan out minus this AC leg. Now, with when it comes to harmonics, folks, so one way to consider a potential reversal is, are you sitting on any ratios? No. So right off the bat, that's a no. But let's turn it from the down up. All right, because we work on confluence, and that's how you get your harmonics to pan a little bit more in your favor. No. Let's take a look at the weekly. All right, the weekly. I don't like, what the fuck? All right, you know what? Sometimes I gotta really just remember to put the dotted lines to know that's the macro. Okay, let's turn on the micro. Fibonacci levels. All right, let's turn on the micro. 1 segundo, folks. Okay, so that's decent. All right, one more. Let's take a look if we're sitting on anything. No. All right, cool. That's not the end of the world. It just adds more confluence. Let's take that out. All right, let me see what the completion ends here at 37.67 on the weekly. Let's turn on the daily real quick. Okay. Huh. You're at above the 236 macro. That's very bullish. And you're testing the RSI center right now as we speak. So it's all going to be about this, folks. Right here. This RSI, centerline touch, resistance, or support throughout the day. A lot of positive things are showing up on this indicator. I mean, on this ticker right now. I'm not going to lie. This looks really interesting. So from a risk reward, are you above the 5 EMA? Check. 10, check. 20. Not yet. Not yet. But you're above the 50, above the 50 SMA, above the 5 EMA, and above the 10 EMA. Also something to consider, you're oh. Is that No. No. I thought this was the 3 rising valleys. I thought these were the 3 rising valleys, 1, 2, and 3, but that's not the 3 rising valleys. No. Kind of got me a little worried there. I was like, oh, this thing's about to blow. Like, explosive. No, but the trend is still bullish. Absolutely, still a little bullish. We're breaking above this trend line. Bearish trend line was gonna be important. And looks like we have a nice little bad harmonic completion right at the 37.67, which also hits that liquidity zone. So you're gonna have another key rejection area at 37.66. So still something to consider. And look, if you look left, key resistance. So obviously your wall is 37.66, but if you break above that 236, $20.42, this thing can absolutely start looking like a bullish reversal. Okay, this looks very, very good. Your RSI on the daily is going to be key right now, okay? The RSI on the daily is going to be key, okay? Let's break above that RSI and let's not reject it coming back down for the retest. This looks really, really good. Let me go use the bathroom, folks, before market opens. We have 7 minutes to market opens. Let me go use the bathroom right now. Let me go ahead and do what I got to do before we go ahead and chart all day. Actually, let me put it on the on SPY, see what's happening right now. Let's put it on the 1 minute. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are back, folks. All right, let's take a look what's happening right now in the overall market. Hello, hello. All right, open absolutely having a, looks like it wants to go parabolic today. 2%, 2.3%. All right, VIX. S&P future is 646. Let's see if we're gonna have a choppy day today. Hello, Miss Porter. White Brew, what's going on? All right, CoreWeave having a little bit of a bad day right now. It's not looking good. It's having a nice little sell-off. Palantir. Cracker Barrel, another one. Negative 1.14%. SBET, did it break above the 236? 2042? No. Nope. Not yet. They didn't break it. Bitcoin still having a sell-off. Open, just, it wants to move, folks. Key resistance 526. Clear defined resistance area, but I wouldn't be surprised if this continues. Not at all phase. Okay. What up, Jay-Z? What up? Long time no see. Whoa, SPY having a sell-off. Nice little bearish engulfing, folks, at the opening bell. Very, very nasty bearish engulfing. So your small caps are also gonna get slammed. Just keep an eye on the overall market. What we're gonna do is we're gonna turn on the heat map, turn on the stocks, and we'll monitor throughout the day. So it's neutral bearish. It's not even. I only see one green bar, and that's Intel. Speaking of Intel, let's take a look at Intel. Let's take a look at Intel. As we all know, the government pretty much put 10% on Intel as of recent news. 10%. Let's take a look at Intel real quick. So I do have this Gartley. Is it a Gartley? Yeah, I have this bearish Gartley. We hit the key zone. Look at that body terminal candle. So the resistance I would anticipate would start happening, but the strength of this trend is very bullish thus far. But let's hopefully we can come back and hit that 382. Did we hit it already? Oh no, we already touched it. Sorry, folks. We already completed this bearish Gartley. As we can see here, that 382 harmonic completion, and then hit the harmonic, got the terminal candle, and then we hit that 382. Profit target number 1 on this bearish Gartley. So now we're gonna make hopefully new legs to the upside, and then we're gonna consider this a win. Nice Gartley completion. So this is now completed. Very nice to see. Open wants to open up. SPY bearish continuation question mark. Let's see. It's observed. Still a lot to work with. VIX somewhat not doing anything right now. Still 5% on the daily. That's interesting. On the day, excuse me. On the day. Let's take a look at APLD. Open wants to really get going. It's kind of disgusting. CoreWeave. Yep, breaking down. Let's see if it's going to come to our completion point at the 0.5 off the sending scallop measurement rule. All right. If I turn off all the noise, right, it's just another J. It's just another J, right? He never really broke above the 382 macro. So it's just obviously SPY has to act nice, folks. So if SPY acts nice and futures, then you're gonna get that momentum. But I always stated, wait an hour throughout the day, get the feeling of where the market trend is, and then you go ahead and take a trade, not financial advice. Right now, just be patient, be calm, cool, and collective. No need to take a trade off of volatility. If you're into that sort of stuff, right? If you're into that, then go knock yourself out. Get crazy. But I like to be a little bit more safe. All right, I like to be more safe. All right, let's take a look at APLD. APLD is also on our radar, but they just raised it to $20. Raised it to $20. It was this one. Applied Digital is maintained by HG. They raised the target to $20, folks. Raised to $20. Not sure who this firm is. Could give 2 flying Fs. So let's just continue to keep monitoring. So again, SPY is having a little bit of a bippity. Is it sustainable? Well, if you look at the daily, we all know that we're hitting a what? A key resistance area. All right, we broke a little bit above this key resistance area. All right, and we did have a bearish trend line. Let me double check where it's at because I had it actually. I did actually have it. Where was it? Is it on this chart or on the other chart? Let me see if it's on the other chart. We were literally at a key resistance area. Let me double check. I don't know if it's gonna save. Yeah, so look at that. I don't like how it doesn't sync. So this blue line, I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me make it more. No, okay, well that's way too much opacity. So we're hitting, we're trying to hit this key resistance area because we hit it multiple times, 1, 2, and 3, off of this pitchfork pattern or trend line. But, you know, we never really got there. So just something to monitor, something to watch. We do have to draw some fibs on SPY, but you know what? We're just going to continue just seeing what's going to happen, all right? Let's see what's gonna happen. Futures having, so they're all lateral. Look how similar the pattern is from SPYs and future. Very interesting to see. Let's see, is VIX going up? VIX is at 5.8%. Let's run the 5-minute candle, 5-minute time frame. See if we're having any movement to the upside. No. Dollar index a little bit choppy on the sideways. So SPY, a lot of selling pressure. Look at these wicks off these. Look at these wicks. Look at these wicks. This is a terminal candle in essence. See where we're going. Open absolutely just negated 523. Just a huge negation point here. 7% off of that rip. People are bag holding, folks. You're bag holding up here. A lot of bag holders today. You just created generational bag holders there. Because everybody and their mother was saying, oh, open's gonna open up a little bit more. Wait for the retracement, folks. Open is definitely still bullish. But you just don't buy it. You look at that candle. There's a large amount of bag holders right now. Large, fat ones. That volume is significant. What was the volume off that opening bell? Guys, oh my God. This 30-minute candle, still printing. We're already at 30. We are already at 40 million in volume. 40 million in volume, and that's a dragonfly. That's not a dragonfly. That's a gravestone doji printing on the 30-minute. We still have 22 minutes left. That's a gravestone doji candle. That's very bearish, thus far. Okay, and what's not helping is also SPY and futures if they continue to act bearish. We'll continue to monitor. So let's see what happens throughout the day. SBET. All right, did we break above the 236? No, not yet. APLD. SPY. All right, what other tickers we're looking at, folks? Wolf. This is one that should be keeping an eye on. This one's a data center play. Had a deal and nice little rip, having a little dip, but this is potentially buy the dip opportunity. Financial advice. I haven't done my little TA on Wolf, but you know, from a risk reward, $7 if we can ever get back there. $7. All right. Actually, you know what we'll do? Let's do a little bit of a pitchfork pattern here, folks. So we're gonna grab the monthly. All right, we're gonna grab the monthly, and all we're gonna do is grab the pitchfork. Take it from the high, take it from the low, adjust it a little bit, shifts, find the confluence. I think we found it already. One more. Ooh, I like this one better. We sit on this one, and now you just go back on the weekly, find the confluence, resistance area. Voila, you got a resistance here, you got a bunch of resistance here, support. Now let's find out support. Support resistance. Okay. I will consider this one. Yup. Look at this medium trend line. All right. So I'll consider this a win. A nice. Yep. This is a medium range. And look at how price is bouncing off this medium. Bingo. All right. So we're going to leave this one here. So you're at key support level here on Wolf. So very interesting to see. All right. CoreWeave. Anything happening with CoreWeave? No. Still breaking down. SPY, are you acting dumb? Yes. Yes, you sort of kind of are. Let's draw some bearish trend lines. See where the trend is. See where the trend is. Why do I have this thing at an angle? All right. Open. Open, another rip. 5%. 5%. So SPY's moving up. SPY, and then open wants to follow through. That's interesting. Futures having a nice little bippity bip. SPET, nothing. All right, what other things? What other tickets we're looking at today? FNGR. This one was at a key reversal area, actually. Still bearish. SES battery play. We drew a bunch of harmonics here. This must have been back in the day. Yeah, I was looking at this thing back in the day. Oh wow, almost hit my completion point too off this macro. Right? Off this macro. I was off by 3.9%. Not too bad. But this bearish looks like a Gartley did pan out because look, we hit the 382 micro. BMNR. Ooh, BMNR, Tom Lee, baby. All right, so we broke out of this descending triangle, or we call it a wedge. And look at it, right at that pivot point, or we call it the apex. You had that volatility candle, that terminal candle, which is great. So what I don't love right now is that, where's my RSI? All right. What I don't love right now is that we look like we're coming back to test that breakout. All right. And it's a little bit neutral, but I do like the daily. Look what's happening on the RSI though, right? It looks like what we spoke on. I think we spoke on this already. A inverted head and shoulders on the daily candle, on the daily time frame, which is technically bullish. The strength of this trend has not died. It's still very bullish. Just having a little bit of a sad day. So that RSI, very, very nice to see in terms of what the pattern is showing in front of us. An inverted head and shoulders are very, very bullish momentum to the upside. So let's just take a Fibonacci levels from the high to low. All right, let's see if we're breaking any key resistance area. And thus we are not, no, we're not in the key area right now. If I were to draw some pitchforks, I'm sure we're probably sitting on a trend line. If you look at the trend now, technically speaking, what do you see what price is doing? Right? What is price doing on a micro level, right? So if you had a momentum move to the upside, you're coming back down, and now you're what? You're consolidating. What do you call this pattern? Does anybody know? A rectangle bottom. A rectangle bottom. Massive move to the upside. Had a nice little retracement, and now what? Price is consolidating, which means it's technically a great thing, if you ask me. Because now you have a new what? Higher low. All right, you have a new higher low. You're paying a new premium off of this bottom, off of this trade. So technically speaking, this isn't looking bad. It's actually looking really good. All right, this is actually really good. You're paying a new premium. Sorry you didn't get in at $30, but now you're gonna pay a new price at 47-ish, a new-ish. So let's see if we're going to sustain. I do love what I see on the daily, though. I do like how we're above certain EMAs. All right, we're above the 20, right? Your base is at 46. So let's see if we can hopefully hold it up above 5 EMA and the 10 EMA. Based off what I see on SPY, looks like a little bit of a momentous day, but it's somewhat choppy. I'm feeling a little choppy today. It's like neither here, neither there. Normally we get a nice little upside downside trade, but look at futures as we speak right now. So this is somewhat lagging behind futures just a tad bit. So having these little 3 black crows printing or 3 bearish candles printing, everything's gonna follow suit. So just being patient, observing at least an hour. We still have 15 minutes till the hour of the day. So rule number 1, I don't trade for the first hour of the day. I don't trade because you would have been clapped on some trades, right? You would have been clapped on some trades, and look at that. Open wants to open, but if future and SPY is acting not nice, open, more than likely will come back down. And CoreWeave, another one, nothing. SBET, another one, nothing. Bitcoin coming back down to the 0.5 ratio where we had this sharp harmonic completion, and I posted this in August 18th, folks. August 18th. You don't believe me? You know what? Let me flex a bit. Let me flex. I'm going to show you how beautiful TA trading is. I'm going to show you the power of TA trading. The power of having a tiny little bit of foresight. Just using regular tools, you can have a little bit of foresight. All right? Just a tad bit. Just a little bit. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Look at my... Oh, man, this was perfect. This was perfect. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, folks. This was back in 2018, huh? This was in August 18th. Let me get the timeline, actually. Why is it not showing the timeline? Okay, let me do that again. All right, let me do that again. Let me take a picture of this. Let me take a picture of this. Let me get rid of this one. And let me post this one. Look at this, folks. Look at the time, August 18th, 2025. Look at the date and look at the completion point. Look at the completion point, 110,661, folks. 110,661 was the exact bounce, and if you draw your Fibonacci's, it aligns with exactly the bounce off the completion. Look at this candle right to the T, anticipating that move. If you would have bought it and ride that 382 profit target number uno, you would have made a nice little swing trade if you were obviously trading crypto at the time. But look at this, and the RSI was the key pivotal bounce right here, and now we're retesting it, and now we're breaking below it on Bitcoin. Now, if you watch my other TA, if you're looking at the Twitter account, I also posted what Bitcoin is currently in right now, like the potential what is happening right now, and that is gonna span till November. If my TA is correct, Bitcoin is going to be on a bearish momentum till November. Till November, folks. Take a look at the Twitter account. I posted what Bitcoin is doing right now. So, I like having a little bit of force. Let's take a look at Palantir right now. Ooh. Yikes. I don't know, folks. I don't know. I don't like that. Where's Palantir? Okay, so Palantir is now in a descending scallop, inverted descending scallop. We completed it here, but if I'm correct, we're actually creating little mini inverted descending scallops. I'm gonna have to take a look at the minor time frames. But one thing you also have to look at the bearish trend line you're in right now. Okay, look at this bearish trend line. You have to attack. You have to break out of, right? So this is like the Papa Bear of all trend lines on PLTR. So let's go ahead and break down PLTR on a micro level. Okay, on a micro level. Yeah, you're right. So, you know, I did say on about last week, like, you know, is it wise to invest in PLTR, especially when SPY at the time before the whole Powell conversation? Did we really break out of a trend? And now more or less this is very concerning because a lot of investors ride on the Alex Karp wave. Like, they really do like Alex Karp, and whatever Alex Karp does, people are gonna put money into this because they trust in the CEO. And when you have the CEO dumping X amount of shares, at least it was 1/5 of his overall share size. This is an aggressive amount of selling. This is aggressive. CEOs have the obligation to sell shares because they're, you know, obviously you take profits, small profits, and there's a minute percentage base, but this guy took an aggressive amount. He exited a huge amount. So people are worried, right? People are going to worry. You said it will drop, and it will continue to drop. Yeah. So now you have to break this Papa Bear trend line. This is the mother of all trend lines for this ticker. You got to break above it. So until we break above this trend line, it's a continuation to the downside. All right, and I drew this extension level to observe where shorts are taking exits off of their positions, right? I have to adjust it because this was from back in the day. This was like, what, Thursday? So we can finally, I'll just leave it there for the sake of it. Okay? But at really no point did you really change the trend on this thing. Even more so, you have this news that launched a couple days ago. This is very bad. Very bad, all right? Let's take a look at the future SPY. So look at that. It's a little bit choppy right now on SPY. So I am not taking trades right now. I'm not sitting on anything right now. Just observing the market, waiting for the opportunity, okay, folks? I'm just waiting for the opportunity. Nothing's really calling my name. Look at the dollar index. Okay, now this is bad in terms of the trend right now. Dollar index having a little bit of a bearish trend right now. Is Dixie going up? I mean, the VIX? No, it's not. Okay, it's really not. So any other ticker? Yeah, I did. Yeah. So something to watch. You know what? Let's do this. Let's take a look at PLTR on a more. Let's just keep monitoring this. Let's do a little bit of T on this one. So we did respect that 0.618. I'll leave this as support and resistance, and we'll see if it's gonna hold. Okay. I would love for it to actually hit that 382. Continuation, and then get a reversal on this. RSI is deep in the bear zone. So let's see if we can get some bullish divergence in here and see for reversal, potential reversal here. We are printing a Marabuza candle on this candle. Okay, here we go, folks. Here we go. Palantir about to hit that 382, 149.20. See if it breaks the 150 psychological level, which we did. Just come back down, retest that 382, which was a key resistance and support. Touch it and then get a reaction out of it. Let's see what happens. I would love for that to actually happen. All right, RSI is still deep in the bear zone off this 30-minute candle. We have 8 minutes left to print it. So very interesting to see. Very, very interesting to see. RSI, wow, the negative DI is absolutely... All right, so technically we're scalding here on PLTR. We're hitting a key area. 47 is a sweet spot. 45 technically is a sweet spot. Anything above 45 is considered scalding on the positive, on the DMI indicator here. Let me double check. We call that DMI, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, DMI. I used to call it ADX. The ADX is this white line. The DMI is the overall, the name of the trend. I mean, the name of the indicator. All right, so we are getting a little bounce here. We were off by 10 cents? We were literally off by 10 cents off this 382. So let's see, again, reversal. Are we going to hit it? Are we going to hit it? We're technically scalding now at these levels, folks. We're technically scalding. So let's monitor the 15, see if we have any divergence here on the bearish, on the RSI. Not yet. Maybe on the 5-minute. Okay, you're printing potential divergence. Yes, you are printing. Here we go. All right. Let's turn on Bollinger Bands to observe the median, the mean of where candles, if they're breaking outside the Bollinger Bands. All right, we are outside the Bollinger Bands. And then you're also printing divergence. So expect a reversal. A minor reversal off the 5-minute trend line. I mean the 5-minute time frame. Okay, folks, you're outside the Bollinger Bands, and price always likes to stay 95% inside the what? The Bollinger Bands. So we're breaking out of it. Now price wants to come in back in off this Bollinger Band indicator, and you are creating divergence, bullish divergence on the charts right now. Look at this. You're making lower lows, but your RSI is making what? Higher highs. Okay, you still have a lot to print, and then sometimes these are called failure swing trades. I mean failure swing trades, but these are 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They're more better to observe on higher time frames, which adds more reliability. So look at that. So Palantir obviously creating, at least on the 1 minute, it is a hammer. Still has 1 minute to go, but look at the bullish divergence printing, and look at the reaction off of it. So you have breaking outside the Bollinger Bands, and you're having bullish divergences. So you're gonna have a nice little reaction to it. You're gonna have a nice little bip, but then this can be a what? A descending scallop potential pattern forming. Okay, when you have a massive sell-off, you come and hit a certain support level, and then you try to break. You're trying to hit the reversal, but then you just continue to the downside because you didn't really break the trend. And what do I mean by that? Look at this. Look, this is looking like another descending scallop formation about to plan out. Let's observe, right? We're gonna have a nice little J. Your key resistance area is at 152, 152.13-ish. Let's see if we break this trend. All right. If not, your other continuation pattern, if you successfully don't break this, well, you just grab the pole measurement rule from the all-time high to all-time low of this little descending scalp. All right. I'm just speculating because this pattern hasn't panned out yet. All right. This would be your continuation to the downside, right? Obviously, the pattern has not successfully been drawn. I'm just trying to have a little bit of foresight. All right. All right, let's look at futures and SPY. So SPY in the 15-minute, again, choppy. I really hate choppy days. VIX coming down at 4.7%. So interesting. Very, very interesting. Stock market, heat map, neutral and bearish. Neutral, bearish. I don't even see green. Like I see 1.52, 0.5, HWM 1.7. There's like little, there's really like maybe 10 of them. All right, but still, this is very bearish. Neutral bearish. All right, look at future and SPY selling off, folks. All right, open another one. Still hasn't, it broke. Didn't break anything yet. We're still hitting key resistance at 530. CoreWeave breaking below. Breaking below. You didn't hit the 382. You're breaking below this descending scallop. And looks like you want to come and test that 0.5 eventually this week. So let's see. Cracker Barrel changing logos did not do so well for them. They're getting clapped. SBT, another one. PLTR. This one's going to be very interesting to watch throughout the day. PLTR is very, very interesting. All right. I'm going to go ahead and just draw this here. All right. Looks like it's going to come back up off of this bearish trend. Let's see if it's going to sustain itself today. Otherwise, it's going to be a continuation to the downside. APLD 1586, and look at that. We had a rise from one of the firms at 20 bucks, and because of the trend overall, you know, APLD is not going to, it's not going to give you a momentous day, but this is good because, at least you're not breaking down, you're not breaking above, you're just sideways chop. So new higher low, that's for sure. And as I stated in my videos before, look at the support bounce always. All right, turn on the 3-day. You can see even more clear. Where is your support bounce potentially, right? Look at this 5 EMA. Always acted as a what? Above closure body candles. This 5 EMA after great earnings, it's always been active what? Support. After earnings, 5 EMA is your active support on the 3-day. Before earnings, I mean, look, you were just undecisive. Price markets were undecisive. They don't know what to do with it. You hit the 10 EMA, and now after earnings, look at the reversal. Look at the way people trade now. They don't even want this thing to come test that 10 EMA. They just want to buy it after 5 EMA. I think we're going to 642 on SPY. Ed Silver with the prediction here. 642 on SPY. Let's see. Yeah. All right, let me see. Let's turn on the 15-minute. Normally the hour is better. Okay. The hour is better. All right, let's observe some trends. Look at that. It's inside a descending scallop. I mean, not descending scallop, but descending triangle. You almost try to break above it. Now you're hitting trend line again. Very interesting to see. So that just tells me this. Oh, look at that. That is a pitchfork. I kind of have to raise the opacity on this thing because it's so light. There you go. Jesus Christ. Barely could have seen that shit. RSI is coming up to this moving average here. Let's take a look at this. All right, resistance breakout, and then back into this trend line. All right, so yeah, I can see 640. I can argue, yeah. Oh yeah. You said 642, excuse me. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, 642 is safe. Yeah. It looks like a flag. Look, it looks like a flag. I don't know if you can see it, folks, but look. Where the hell is it, right? Draw the flag. Whoops. Looks like a nice bullish pendant flag forming. But this thing could absolutely just completely negate to the downside. Look at this. Looks like a flag. I don't like the space here. There's a lot of space. Lots of space. So something in the monitor in terms of a pattern recognition. All right, but look at the 15. All right. Interesting to see that we're breaking out of this trend line. Let's see if it sustains. Remember, we have to break what? Come and back test it. All right. So you're getting that nice little reaction candle. Come and back test that breakout. Let's see if Future wants to act next with us. Woo! Oh, I need coffee. Jesus, open. Ooh, new higher low on the 30. 5 minute. Dude, this thing, it just wants to rip. Sometimes I feel like throwing maybe like my calls. Actually, I have calls on no, it was KULR. Actually, let's take a look at KULR. All right, here we go, folks. PLTR. Let's see if we're gonna continue to the downside. Had a nice little terminal candle here, bullish at that. Broke this key area, 152.25. So let's see if it's going to reject. Let's see if it's going to reject that the 5 minute 10 EMA. All right, so look at SPY. Look at that. So you had a breakout, and then you come and back test that breakout on the 15 minute, and look, this is what you call technically a bust out. A bust out. We still have a couple minutes to print, but I don't like how we just kind of immediately went down to the bear side. All right, that doesn't give me a little bit of a positive momentum to the upside. Okay, doesn't give me that confidence. Look at the selling pressure off of that. Very interesting to see. I do want to keep an eye on Palantir. So it's breaking out of this. It broke resistance, 152.31, and it broke above that 10 EMA on the 5 minute. Very nice to see. Interesting to see. And it had that bullish divergence that we said here inside deep into the bear zone. So now we're breaking back into the Bollinger Bands, finding a mean reversion, and we're going to monitor if it's going to be a continuation. Fake out, breakout, dead cat bounce. Let's see. CoreWeave. Love your SoFi post. Oh, let's talk about SoFi. That's actually a great one. SoFi. Well. Look at that. We hit our bullish. We hit our trend line, and now you're hitting it again. Wow. And you're breaking above the 236 extension level, which adds more confidence. So sitting above that, ooh, this is super bullish. Ooh. This is bullish. Oh yeah. You are printing a little bit of bearish divergence, but again, you're gonna have multiple bearish divergence off these momentum plays. You're always gonna see these bearish divergences on these swing trades, on these positive hot stocks, momentous play. Okay, divergence just don't really give a shit for these tickers, and now you're breaking above this key resistance level on the monthly. Woo! Sorry, folks. I didn't sleep last night. Wow. Breaking trend. Wow. All right, so you're above the 236 extension. I mean, you might as well it's very apparent, folks. I have a 382 extension at 28.48. All right, and I did say this thing is a $40 ticker. This is an easy $40 ticker, not financial advice, just my opinion. Okay, my opinion. Let's see the overall heat map. Still leaning more bearish throughout the day, folks. Be very careful how you take positions. APLD breaking. APLD. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. Wow, look at that bounce right at that 200 SMA. Look at that bounce, folks. APLD. Man, this ticker is absolutely wild. APLD wants it, folks. Do not sleep on APLD. PLTR breaking above the 10. The 5. No, the 10. Excuse me. And about, it looks like it wants to hit that 20 EMA. And people are still buying this. Still buying it. Now you're testing it. The 20 EMA. Let's see that reaction. And then that orange one will be the Bollinger Band mean mid-range, or the mean I don't know if you can hear I don't know if you can hear that. Alright, I feel like I gotta make some coffee because I gotta stay awake. So BM&R. Do not sleep on BM&R, folks. Tom Lee's really driving BM&R. Tom Lee is the Musk of that macroeconomics. Don't sleep on that man. Do not sleep on that man. Tom Lee is really an interesting person. Like, he's literally the modern day Musk in terms of macroeconomics. Everybody in terms of millennials and Zers and whatever have you, he is like the face of crypto right now in terms of Ethereum and this company. Whatever he says goes, pretty much. That's how markets are reacting to him. He's literally the face of modern day macroeconomics. Don't sleep on this man. ¿Tú vas a hacer café? No, es que estoy trabajando ahora. SB2 was recommended. SBET? Well, SBET, I saw that YouTuber guy that you mentioned. He's speculating that, Tom Lee might acquire SBET. But obviously, I know exactly what you're talking about. Sorry, folks. I'm about to get coffee. Actually, they're making coffee right now. So I'll be more awake. Sorry, guys. So the acquisition, BM&R and SBT, I would just be, keep an eye, just keep your eye open. That's all I'm going to say on that. Very interesting theory, technically. It would make sense, right? SBT holding a nice, large amount of Ethereum in their portfolio, and so is BM&R. Felix recommended it on his show today. Hey, you listen. I don't have a magic ball. Nobody does, but it's a very interesting theory. BM&R acquiring SBT. APLD looking like it wants to break out, folks. Looking like it wants to break out, and thus it looks like it's about to have a momentous day, folks. It's about to have a momentous day. APLD. I'm not buying APL. I'm not buying anything yet. I'm actually sitting on my hands. I'm waiting for opportunity. I just feel like I'm paying a new high, a new expensive price during these times. So I just rather not buy right now. I feel like when the retracement does happen, which it will, not crazy, but we will. I just want to get my money's worth. All right. SoFi breaking above this bearish trend line. This key resistance level, which we've had in the past, and look at that, boom. SoFi, absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. 2% on the day on top of that. This is a wild ride for SoFi. Wild ride. A lot of opportunity for this thing. SPY and futures, a little bit of neutral still, nothing crazy. Looks like it wants to have a momentous day to the upside. So let's just monitor everything else. Bitcoin, let's go take a look at Bitcoin real quick. All right, so looks like a key bounce at the 110.5 ratio yet again. Let's see if it actually is holding up. Another key bounce at the 0.5 ratio. But I suspect that what my TA was for Bitcoin might stand true. It might stand true. So I did predict the time, at least the bottom on this thing. Okay, shout out to the harmonics. All right, and then I did a little bit of extra TA. You know what? Let me go ahead and flex a little bit. Let me go ahead and get that TA. What I see in Bitcoin and what I saw. Not that what I see, what I saw and what could potentially pan. So this one's a little bit different. But if this is true, a lot of these treasury plays are not going to be so hot because of this. And voila. Look what I wrote. Let's get rid of all this noise. And voila. Take a look at this, folks. Take a look at this, folks. I'm going to leave this here. Take a look at my... follow the Twitter. I'll leave that there for a minute. You guys observe. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand a little bit on it so you guys can see exactly the TA, a little bit heavy TA right there. Boom. August 21st, 2025, 10:11 p.m. Now that you guys know, let me go ahead and do that there. I'm gonna leave that there for a minute. Read it. All right. Read it. And what I'm gonna do is then I'm gonna expand on this TA. Or maybe I drew it here. Well, actually, I still have the drawings here. All right, you guys read it? All right, in 3, 2, 1. All right, good. Now I'm gonna pop the TA. And look at the decline. Look at the retracement and decline on Bitcoin, folks. And I'm gonna leave this one here for a minute. All right. Every time it has a new leg, we have a pretty much retrace for 3 months, approximately. Isn't that interesting, folks? 3 months approximate retracement at 32% decline. Something to consider on Bitcoin, folks. Something to consider. We just look at the data. We try to predict, but we look at the data in front of us, folks. Trying to open up. Trying to open up. SoFi, SBET, Bitcoin, APLD breaking. Oh man, APLD wants it. APLD wants it, man. If there's one ticker I always recommend buying, not financial advice, that's always been a very, very strong ticker since $3 was APLD. And look at that, it wants to break above, it wants to keep going, it wants to move. What's the moving average? So we're breaking above the volume moving average. Today's a lot of volume stepping in. A lot of volume. We doubled our volume today off of the news event that we just got today, IC Writings & Co. And we broke volume, folks. We broke it. We're breaking the moving average. Really nice to see on APLD. Don't sleep on APLD, folks. Data centers is the play. Personally, I just want to get it at a nice discount, APLD. I really want a nice discount on APLD. I firmly believe we're going to have a little retracement on SPY. Just a little bit. I'm not asking much. Just a tad bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay? And I'll pay the new premium. I'll pay the new price on APLD. I'll pay it. Just give me the opportunity, folks. I just don't want to pay at all-time highs. I just don't. Okay? I'm not in it. I'm not in anything. I'm not in it right now. I'm not in anything. Thank God I don't have FOMO. That feeling of FOMO of not getting in. Obviously, the whole FOMO at $3, obviously, I look back and damn, you're a fucking idiot, Sam. You should have held. But now I'm not really getting FOMO on any of the plays because I just feel like everything's a little bit too pricey, right? Just a little too pricey. So I'm gonna stick to that and then pay a new high, pay a new lower high, higher low. Excuse me. Good, I can buy more BMNR in a few months. Maybe you can. If SPY continues to do what it's doing right now, where it's just not really it's not breaking out a trend, then are you really? Did we hit peak on some tickers, right? Did we hit peak? I don't feel comfortable personally buying at all-time highs on SPY and futures right now. This is not making me feel comfortable. That's just the way, my opinion, my advice is my trading style. I don't feel like I should be longing anything at this point, not now. Okay, I did say I was looking for a reversal, potential reversal on Powell, so we're waiting for today to see what trend is on SPY, and then I'll consider a position. But right now, it's just choppy. Right now, it's just choppy. So waiting for that confirmation. Until then, I'm sitting on my hands and taking it from there. I'm just being safe, protecting myself. This is how you stay long in the market. This is how you stay long. Now, obviously, I can look for a short position. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind looking for a short position opportunity right now, actually. Speaking of short position, let me check my trade on KULR. KULR, gracias. Thank you so much. Shout out to the lady that cleans. She's an amazing human being. Thank you so much. I'm usually right, and that's the point. I have to be at least more right than I am wrong, because I am not perfect and I'm still a human, and humans will always make mistakes. Humans will always make mistakes. No one can try and predict the future. You just have to anticipate it. If you're reacting, then you were too late. Remember what I said? If you're anticipating, you knew ahead of time. If you're reacting, you didn't do your homework. It's too late. So my job is to anticipate, not react. Reacting is when you're already losing money or losing opportunity on whatever's happening in your life. Okay? You have to anticipate. So let's keep monitoring the overall market. Open. Again, sideways choppiness. I would never, ever, ever get in this position. I would never. If I see this, I would never, ever get in. Ever. All right? I would want it to come back out. Let's say back at the 4.5. Get at that breakout and retest that. I'll consider position. I would just never. I would like, oh my God. From a risk reward, it's just too hot. That's too high right now. It's way too hot. All right, SoFi. Whoa, SoFi. Dude, holy shit. SoFi having a very bullish day. Very, very bullish day. You're just massively breaking trends. All right, and now you're breaking above this extension level. Let's look left and see where another key area of resistance is. Let's look left real quick. All right, we're going to put the thing here. Let's look left. Oh, wow, dude. So I just saw something. All right, so this liquidity zone here, this box, this range, look at this. From an observable stand, look at this range. I'm on the weekly, folks. So this thing was in a range for months, right? And look at that price now at $25.94. Let me get rid of that. You're hitting a key resistance area, like your final frontier. And now you're breaking above it approximately. SoFi is very, very bullish. All right, from a risk reward, you put your money in SoFi, it's more than likely going to sit nice and well. Like, not financial advice, but you can sleep well at night with SoFi. Okay, you can sleep well at night with SoFi. So, not financial advice, but just saying. All right, VIX having a little bit of a bip bip, printing at least a what looks to be a almost look like a hammer. Almost look like a hammer. Let's see what happens. Almost look like a hammer, folks. Let me get the right terminology. Spinning tops are normally on the midsection. The body, close your body. The structure would be on the midsection of this bar right here. All right. So this is called a long lower shadow. These traders really with their names. Long lower shadow. This one is, oh, okay. So this one's a spinning top, a bullish spinning top. All right, what else is happening out here? What else is happening? APLD ish. Let me check my calls on KULR. Oh yeah, let's take a look at KULR. KULR. Calling all fans, KULR. Whoa, KULR doing something really cool. All right, what did I say on Friday? 236 above what? 5 EMA, folks, for the Discord members that are in the Discord. If you're observing what is happening right now with KULR, okay? I said the pivoted bounce would be nice to have at this trend line on the RSI, but look at that. You hit it on the bear zone. So what did I say on KULR? What I would love to see on KULR? Guys, I'm having like an allergic reaction to this coffee. And I think there's nuts in it. And I don't know if the cleaning lady actually put nuts in my coffee. And I'm having a reaction right now. And it's a little bit scary. I don't know what kind of... Oh no. She put walnut milk. almond milk in my coffee and I'm allergic to nuts. Oh my god. Alright, be right back, folks. Hold up. I'm having a reaction. ¿No le pusiste almendra? El leche. Ay, mija. No, yo no puedo beber almendra. Yo tengo alergia. Me está dando. Me está reaccionando. Yeah, it was almond milk, folks. Take Benadryl right now. Fuck, folks. I don't have anything right now. Let me double check the cabinet. 1 second. Alright. There is Benadryl. Benadryl. Jesus Christ. That's my fault. I didn't tell her I was allergic to nuts. I'm drinking my coffee and I'm like, it's itching, and I know my reaction. I already know I get the same allergic reaction. It's erratic, like, you know, uncomfortable throat. I'm not paying mind to it. And then when it hits my ear, then I'm like, okay, there's something wrong with me. And I'm sweating on top of that. Yeah. Oh, I was about to die on stream today. What the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. On a random Monday, I get offered almond milk. Like the worst thing you can ask. Give me. I'm allergic to nuts, but like almonds, pistachios. Pistachios my absolute killer. Like I will get destroyed if I consume pistachios. Why is it in your fridge? I'm actually at I'm at an Airbnb, and it's a friend's Airbnb, so they have milk here, and they have a cleaning lady here, so obviously she takes care of the house, and he had milk, and then she always offers coffee, but I didn't tell her that I'm allergic to nuts, so it's my fault for not letting her know. And it's also my fault that I didn't observe the coffee. And I forgot about the almond milk in the fridge. So, it's my fault. So, yeah. So, let's get back to the show. Again, SoFi, breaking key. RSI deep in the bull zone. So, it's having another momentous day on the week. Look at the 3-day on this thing. Wow. Beautiful. So it's gonna definitely go to 382. This thing is breaking trend. Sit on that, sleep on that, love it. And look at that, we're having a bearish day, and then SoFi having a very momentous day to the upside. Love to see SoFi at these levels. Absolutely love it. Poor guy 26. Yeah, no, I love SoFi. I absolutely love this thing. Again, I'm not paying a new premium at this. I would love for it to come back a little bit. Obviously, we're having a little bearish day. Semi-bearish, nothing too crazy on SPY and futures. So, Dixie, oh my God, not Dixie, VIX. Very bearish on top of that. Love it. Very interesting. All right, let's swing along core. All right, so a little bit neutral today. Nothing's really breaking down. Nothing's really breaking down, folks. Nothing. So we're going to continue to monitor the market. It's just very choppy. The only one really slamming dunk right now is SoFi. Okay? Just killing it right now is SoFi. And APLD. Actually, let's take a look at APLD. Yeah, APLD is killing it as well. Now we're paying a new high. Look at that. Scallop, sell-off, consolidation, rip. Scallop, sell-off, consolidation, rip. Scallop, sell-off, consolidation, rip. Like I spoke on this on my videos, folks. Sometimes it double bottoms here. But look at that, folks. You can't argue with the strength of this trend. SoFi. SPY. Continuations to the bear side. Look at that. Rejection trend line. Continuously. And it's also respecting this bearish trend line on top of that. Interesting, folks. So if SPY is bad, if SPY's not looking hot, your small caps are going to get slammed. Have you looked at TAR? No. Throw me tickers, folks. I don't mind charting, finding new tickers at the same time. That's why I love what I do. Okay? So it looks like is this a bio stock? It is a bio stock. And I absolutely... I hate bio stocks. I absolutely hate bio stocks. They're so risky, and you're pretty much anticipating a breakthrough in medicine. So if you never get that breakthrough and you don't have the funding, then bye-bye, get clapped. But if you're successful, you can actually make a lot of money, but most of the time you're making no money. All right, so on this thing, THAR, well, you're above the 236 now. That's very positive. Must have been a news event play today. That's very good. You were deep underneath. Wow. So in terms of the overall trend, you're breaking the trend for the day, right? Looks like for the monthly, very engulfing candle today. The daily showing, oh wow, so it's been an upward trend for quite some time, and you had a support bounce at the 5 EMA. And you are reacting to that 5 EMA, and you're above the 236 macro level. So in terms of where she's sitting at right now, above the 236, $5.49 is very, very positive. Okay, very, very positive. I'm not sure what's happening here with this thing. Obviously, it was must have been a breakthrough in some sort of tech. You are scalding. In this company, you are scalding here on the positive DI though. So expect a retracement. Take profits if you're in the green. But once you hit a certain number here on your DMI, it's time to consider the risk and reward. So you are hitting a key number here on the DMI. So pay close attention to this. I would personally, are you in this trade? Are you green right now? Take profits, not financial advice, because it's gonna have a retracement. But congratulations on this trade. And if we can come back, if at least come back to this 236 and bounce off that or consolidate in this range, that's really good for another momentous play to the upside. So whatever's happening here is really bullish. Whatever's happening here is really, really bullish, obviously. But retracement, test at 236 at 550, come back a little bit. You are having a 47% day on top of that. Wow. Very nice to see. Let's see what's happening with the overall macroeconomics. All right, so VIX having a little bit of a bip. Having a little bit of a bip bark. Actually not. Wow, still pushing. Look at that, 7. All right, you know what? Let me see something. Can I trade this? Can I meme this real quick? Can I scalp trade? This is very, very bullish. I wonder if I can scalp this. Huh. What was a... No, I've just been watching, but I feel the same way about bio. Yeah, I hate bio. I absolutely despise bio. It's a waste of my time. Waste. You lose sleep at night. You're gonna lose your overall, your quality of life will dramatically change night and day if you get into bio stocks, because every day you're monitoring for that hopeful medicine to be a breakthrough. You get funding, clinical stage trials either failed or succeeded, and it's just like your overall your psyche is just completely shifted from day overnight. I'd rather not deal with the stress. I just rather avoid uncertainty in my life when it comes to bio stocks. Just completely eliminating that whole scenario out of my life, because you're just taking a risk. It's just a risky play. Okay, unless you if you're in the inner circle, in that little group that knows reports ahead of time, they're gonna place a call or short. For people like you and me, we don't know jack shit. All right, so this looks like it's very. This is why I said I'm really considering a scalp here. Let me see something. Huh. Volume is No. 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 Just give me that one candle that I'm looking for. Just give me that one candle. I'm looking for one candle. And if I see it, I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Sorry, folks. I'm just considering a scalp right now. That's a spinning top at the impulse, folks. That's a bearish spinning top at the impulse. So when you see spinning tops at impulse, they are very neutral, but if it's bearish, it's a sign. But let's see what happens. I see some internal struggles. Oh, you damn well see them. Oh yeah, you're seeing it right now. You're seeing it right now. Very momentous play. I don't know what's happening with this ticker, but I literally looked at it like, wait, this is very bullish. But right now, you're technically in a very, very hot range where reversals are very probable at these highs. All right. I'm just waiting for one candle. All right. I'm gonna wait 10 more seconds, and then I'm not gonna look at this, because this is why you gotta have your rules in place right now. You gotta have your rules. I'm not buying at these highs, that's for sure. The candle I'm looking for is bearish. I just want to see what candle it prints at the impulse. I am not getting no. All right, 5 more seconds, and I'm getting out of here. I'm not looking at this thing. What was the report on this thing? Why is it so bullish? And it's not even, was it earnings? Let me check. Was this earnings? It's not even earnings. This engulfing candle? It's been happening the past couple of days. What's happening here is my question. Like, why? Why is it so bullish? All right, so it's going to hit. Looks like it wants to come and test that 236. Let me go ahead and zoom it to the left real quick. 80, all right, there it is. It touched it, folks. It touched it. All right, so let's see if it's going to actually reject it. I'm going to keep an eye on this. This is why I didn't want to take the trade, because you're about to hit the extension levels. So let's see what happens if you break above it or below it. So you are getting the reaction. Just waiting. This is why I didn't want to take the trade. It's so risky. I'm just watching. All right, I'm walking away. I'm walking away. I said 5 seconds. I'm still looking at this thing. I'm walking away. I'm gonna turn this shit off. Saving code. This is how you get into like those bad. This is how you lose money, folks. Protect yourselves at all costs. Protect yourselves. All right, open breaking out 5:30. Open to gain some attitude. Open's absolutely is it's absolutely disgusting. I think I have some Fibonacci levels here, extension levels. Let me go ahead and draw them. Oh, okay, somehow it got deleted. Okay, cool. All right, so we broke above the 0.5. Dude, open. Oh my God, this is really dumb. What are contracts looking like right now? Let me check the options chain. I do more on options. Let's take a look at the options chain real quick. So, open door, IV, Jesus Christ. Is this today? Is this updated by strike? Give me the strike price. Is this today? Yes, it is. So by expiration. All right, so where are the strike prices on these things? Okay, here we go. So we're at 541 strike price. All right, we're 541. I wonder if this is actually updated. Okay, must be. It must be. All right, so look at the IV on these things. 270, 252. Wow. Wow. So if you're in the money, wow, 270 off the $3 strikes. The spreads on these things are not even, it's just disgusting. Look at the premiums on these things. What's the open interest? Let me see if I can find the open interest on this. I can't find the open interest. Where the hell's the open interest? Jesus Christ. I don't see open interest on here. So I have to check my other brokerage. 546 in the, oh my God, 5.5 or 241 IV. $6. Jesus Christ. That's so weird. Yeah, no. That's wild. Your IV's juiced the fuck out. You are paying some high premiums on calls on these things. All right, so a little bit choppy day again. I'm not a fan of these type of days. I'm absolutely not a fan. APLD having a nice little successful bip today. 16 bucks on the day. This is getting ridiculous now. I feel like if you just throw $1,000 at this, you're gonna hit your trade. You know? But now we're getting into like, from a risk reward, it's just too hot. Like I just don't think it'd be favorable to put a position right now. It's too hot. Not worth it. Not for me, at least. SoFi continuously breaking above. APLD. Bitcoin. Look at that nice little reversal here. At least a nice little bip. See if it sustains. All right, let's take a look at other small cap stocks, or what other small cap stocks you guys are into. Rum. Jesus Christ, I've been looking at this thing for months. And their platform is actually not that bad. Their platform is actually decent. It's not like YouTube. INTC. There's one we haven't looked at. That's actually a good one. INTC. Yeah, government contract. I mean, obviously, you cannot argue with that. I mean, if you got the government involved, come on, man. The government's involved. That's like infinite money glitch. You know, infinite money glitch. You're above the 236 micro. Let's take a look at the monthly on this thing. Let's get rid of the monthly. I mean the micro. let's go ahead and actually clean this up a little bit. Let's turn it on to the official Fibonacci level here. All right. Okay, so the fact that you're above the 236 macro is very bullish. Let me turn that one more time. Let's just make sure I'm not crazy. Oh yeah. So this was 2020 all-time high, or say a new. It was a lower high off this monthly trend line, or off this monthly trend from all-time low. All right. So what we're gonna do is take it from there. Take the 3-day. Okay. So, oh man. Okay, folks. Let me put this in perspective. The 236 on the macro candle sitting above it, if you look left, you never really broke, you never really sat on the 236. It always acted as a resistance. So look at this. Resistance, right? Resistance, right? All this little area. Resistance, right? I mean, you barely touched it. So let's move this candle here, this arrow. So if you notice this green line, folks, let me get rid of all the noise. What do you see that the green line acted as? What? It acted as a clean resistance area for multiple months, if not days, weeks. What is price doing right now, folks? It looks like one of these candles here, right? It tried to break above the 236. Looks like one of these candles, right? It breaks above it. But the fact that you have a government play now involved on Intel. Now let me turn on the EMAs now. Okay. This is one way to start seeing a shift reversal. Because if you start sitting candles above the 236, you have a 80% chance get into the 382 at 30 bucks. 80% chance when you have multiple candles sitting above the 236 on the 3-day or weekly, you have an 80% chance of getting to the $30 range at 382 on Intel. From a key resistance area for months, it's now acting as support. You have again, folks, 80% chance. This is really good for Intel, okay? Like, really good. All right, open. Just disgusting. All right, SPY, never really breaking out of this bearish trend. Again, pretty much rejecting this bearish trend. It's choppy again. You know how I hate choppy days. I'm in no trades right now, sitting on my hands. I just don't like choppy days. I'm not favorable for choppy days. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at Bull. That's another one I am highly interested in. Bull, I am very, very, very interested in. I'm just waiting for a nice retracement, waiting for confirmation, waiting for divergences, waiting for bearish divergences. I am waiting for Bull. I would probably I'm in between APLD and Bull right now in terms of the overall where I'm gonna park my money at. So I'm just, just being patient. I'm waiting for SPY to act nice, give me some bullish positioning opportunity. If it comes back and retraces, then you know what? Great, I get stocks that cheap, right? But I'm just being patient, and that's one of the key, one of the hardest things to do when you're trading or you're trying to invest. All right, so look at that, folks. SPY is having a very, very, it's reacting off of this trend line. All right, bearish, continue. Let me turn on the 1 minute, see if we have multiple touches of that bearish trend line, see if we had like a double top, a triple top. No, so we're just obviously on this trend line here. Let me see what the hell that trend line is. I don't know what the fuck I drew. Maybe I just did something I wasn't supposed to. Okay. On the 1 hour. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, I see it now. I see it. Wow, rejecting off this trend line too on top of that. That's really good. Wow, it did reject this trend line off of this pitchfork pattern. Ooh. That's nice to see. That's really good to see. So that means it's working. Okay, I like that. I like how this is now respecting this top trend line off this pitchfork pattern. SPY, love it. Love it. As a matter of fact, let me congratulate myself. So now I can consider this as another key area of resistance. So we have three things going off of SPY. We have this bearish trend line. We have obviously a couple of trend lines. We have multiple. So we're just going to continue monitoring this. So far, so good. Oh my God, open. Guys, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. And that's, oh, and it's not done, folks. So look at your volume, folks. Look at the volume on the bottom right. Volume average, you just exceeded your moving average. So now this can get even stupider. This can get really stupid, folks. Wow. So SPY, bearish. Not really breaking trend right now. Jesus, open, disgusting. Really disgusting. SoFi. Beautiful day today on SoFi, folks. Bitcoin having a bounce at the 0.5. Bull. I'm keeping an eye on Bull. Oh yeah, I'm for sure keeping an eye on Bull. Without question. What are the tickers you guys are looking at? Let's take a look at some of the small caps that we have on the right hand side. Oh, so there's one I haven't seen in a while. Corey Week breaking down off of this ascending scallop shit formation that I drew quickly this morning. But look at what is this thing that I do here? In-phase energy. What's in-phase energy? This is probably one of the cleanest descent, like one of the cleanest trends I've seen in a while. Wow. One of the cleanest trends I've seen in a while. Like, this is wow. Wow, that's disgusting. I don't know what this is. Solid power, folks. This is one I haven't seen in a while. So obviously having a bearish day, but look at the what I like to see is that this thing has reached its 1 year target, and the intrinsic value of this thing. Did we hit it? Where like, are we hitting now in a range? Right? Because I see a range right now. I see a range. You broke out, and then you backed out, and you failed it. So now you're in a range. This is what I see. Interesting to see what's going to happen with this ticker. I am not getting in right now. AMPX, another battery play. Another battery play. Message retracted. I wonder what you said. Alright, VSAT. Oh man. Most of you guys know my story with VSAT. But this thing has been going parabolic for days and days and days. Days. You cannot argue with that. All right, what other tickers we're taking a look at, folks? All right. Oh, BBA. Yeah, let's take a look at BBA. That was one we haven't touched in a while. Hello. All right, so very easy. Break what? Break the trend. Break the trend. Break the trend. Wow. That's a clean trend. And you just find confluence. Wow, this is a clean trend. Yeah, dude, this thing is, oh my god. You know what the worst part is? I'm very worried about oh yeah. All right, folks. This is absolutely not good. Let me take this trend line for a second. Notice what's happening here. All right, since we had that bearish sell-off, right? You had to swing to the upside, get that reaction going in. What is the 5 EMA acting as, folks? For the 2 of you guys that are watching my stream, what is the 5 EMA acting as, folks? What's happening with the 5 EMA? What is it doing to candles? Nice little bit of a TA, folks. What do you guys see on the daily on this thing? It's a resistance. Resistance, that's right. Thank you, Ed, for responding. It's resistance. So this thing is absolutely acting as resistance on this chart. So until you get this EMA flipping resistance to support, this is still continuation to the downside. Just like KULR. What do I say? The opportunity, where the reversal might be, at least for me to get back in the trade. What do I have to see on the daily? I want to see that 5 EMA acting as support, because remember I said on Friday's stream, I want to see closure candle bodies closing above the 5 EMA. You barely never did. You somewhat slept on it. I'm here but can't stop watching open. Dude, oh, bleh. Boom. Dude, open. Absolutely wild. Wild. I mean, you know what? Let's put open here on the bottom. You know what? Who are we gonna flip out? Let's flip out the Dixie. We're gonna watch open right here on the bottom right quadrant, and we're gonna have our macro. We're gonna have our macro observance as well. All right, that's absolutely crazy what's happening with open. Disgusting. I'm thinking about getting rid of futures, because futures and SPY, they almost look exactly the same. So I'll get rid of futures. Let's put on Thar started to break back down. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's take a look at momentum plays. Absolutely get hammered. All right, so wow, it went to $9. That's really cool. It went to $9. Nice. But sucks to be you. Actually, let me see if it hit a certain trend on my main chart, right? I had extension levels there. Let's see where it went. All right, so you peaked at exactly. Oh wow, so you peaked exactly at the 904. Look at that. To the touch. To the touch. Look at that. Look at the extension Fibonacci levels. Look how exactly it exited at the 0.5 extension Fibonacci level. People took their profits and absolutely just fucking ran with it. Funny how TA works, right? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I want coffee because the coffee that she gave me kind of fucked me up. And I didn't sleep last night, so I'm like sideways right now. All right, so open, having a inverted hammer, potential inverted hammer at the 20 seconds, but that could mean jack shit because the strength of this trend is absolutely parabolic. So we're gonna keep an eye on Thar, and maybe we'll put SoFi in here. Actually, maybe we'll put SoFi in there. KULR, nothing happening really. Oh, okay. So Open's having a scallop moment, continuation scallop momentum plays. So these are your typical memes. Okay, I see what's happening here. All right, so very, very bullish, obviously. But this is what you call a scallop, folks. Scallops are a continuation pattern. Look. All right, arguably, that's like your perfect scallop right there. Boom. All right. Sometimes they look like flags. Sometimes they look like bull channels, flags, scallops, and then you just take the measurement from the high to the low. All right, in theory, from here to here. All right, you clone it, and then, whoops, you clone it, and then you put it anticipating for the breakout for another leg up. So let's say right here, right? And then now your other resistance level might be at 605. Okay, that's what you call continuation play. You didn't sleep? Were you holding bio over the weekend? No, my girlfriend, she likes to move around a lot when she's sleeping. I'll say that. So, you already know. So, yeah. Let's see if this is going to pan out. Look, another momentum play. Hopefully it's another breakout. Let's monitor open for a little bit, see what's going on with this thing. If it breaks above that 5 EMA, that's going to act as a line of support. It's going to act as a line of support. So let's see if it continues to the upside. What also will send this up is SPY and futures acting as a battery. So I need coffee in 2 more seconds, otherwise I'm gonna flip the fuck out. Okay. I'm gonna flip out. I have no coffee. I'm actually running on no energy. I might actually just bring my the computer to the kitchen so we can just stay on top of it, and this will be like a kitchen / coffee stream right now. That's what I'm thinking right now. Let me just make sure there's no personal information out there. Can you imagine that? A stream / monitoring charts day? That'd be kind of weird. All right, open and then Thar. So coming back a little bit. What other small cap tickers we're taking a look at? QSI. Kitchen, streaming, cooking, monitoring charts, right? Man, you know what? Fuck it. I'm doing it. Alright, I'm doing it. Now, the only problem is I can't keep the chat open for a certain amount of time. Alright, let's see if this is actually going to be a good idea. Let's see if this is going to be a good idea. I have no idea if this is going to be a good idea. Because I do want to keep an eye on the overall market trend. Let me see how I look. I look fucking stupid. Okay, so far so good. Now I'm just gonna make coffee at the same time. You know what? I need coffee. Like, I'm actually dying over here. Let me just make sure there's nothing going on right now. I look like shit. This is actually the coconuts and the cashews that actually destroyed me, folks. This is the thing that actually destroyed me. Alright, we definitely need water. Not for sure. Alright, we're good. I need coffee. So yeah, I'm just making coffee right now, and then we'll get back to the TA. I just really need to make coffee. I'm fucking dying here. All right, here we go. Now we're cooking. All right, so it looks like the market is just bland right now. It's a little bit choppy. Nothing crazy. Open. Looks like it wants to break out. But so far it's below the 5 EMA on the 1 minute. That's not good. We got to start printing candles above the 5 EMA. Sometimes you just have explosive candles, and then they find a base. And then they start making, so this is now looking like a continuation. Let me see the volume kicking in. Let me see this candle here. 2.64 million, 11% on the day. Wow, that's crazy. That 20 EMA support is support. That 20 EMA is absolutely support right there. So don't break the 20 EMA. That red line is exactly support. Don't break that 20 EMA. All right, good. Now I got the coffee thing set up. Now we're gonna go ahead and heat it up now. All right, good. All right, and that's it. We're done, folks. That's coffee. Now I gotta wait. All right, there you go. That explosive candle. 20 EMA was found. Let's see if it's gonna go hit that target. Wow, this is massive. I mean, you're asking for another. What's another move up? Yeah. That's another 8%. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't really see that happening. You're close to 20% day. Like, I just don't see it happening. That would be massive. That would be massive. Look at my face, guys. I'm absolutely disgusting. I look like shit. I didn't sleep. I got bags in my eyes. SoFi, beautiful. Bull resistance. Let's take a look at APLD real quick. Did not do anything all day. Just sitting on there. Yeah, I don't see open hitting another leg for today. I'll be shot. Another 8% on the day. That's just like 20%. That's wild. 20% on the day is wild. I'm not watching for your face. Thank you, bro. I appreciate the honesty. Thank you. I hope you guys are not here for the face, because trust me, my stream, I don't want that to be about the face. I definitely want this to be more of a, as I grow my understanding of financials in companies, I really want this to be more of a hybrid, more financial talk and a little bit of TA talk, because TA, there's a niche for that market, especially when you're streaming. Like, I'm really good at what I do, but to expand, there's a whole nother niche out there where the people just look at financials, and those conversations, like, it's SoFi, there's a whole group of YouTubers out there that just specifically found SoFi because of their financials and all this shit, and they held through because they saw their feet. And I was like, you know what, that is kind of cool. Like, I like those conversations. So if I become really good at, reading financials on a company, just as much as I do with TA, because I can do TA all day, then this would be a really great stream, in my opinion. Where you get the day trader look, and then you also get the financial investment look. And I want that to be about, down the road, I want this to be definitely hybrid, and that would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool, in my opinion. Like, I strictly just don't look at company books. Like, I don't do it. I'm just really good at observing pattern trends, day trading, scalping, swing trading. I'm good with that. But who knows if people would, tune in because now I know financials and, profit, outlook, PE ratios, etc., EPS, all that sort of shenanigans, right? Let's have those conversations one day. So I'm studying every day, folks. We're gonna expand on the business. All right, APLD breaking below again. BMNR is so up and down. Yeah, BMNR is like an erratic ex-girlfriend. All right, BMNR is just having like a crazy ex-girlfriend. So it's still in a rectangle structure. It's really not leaving. It's not breaking trend, right? Look at this rectangle bottom. I think I stated this multiple times. It's not breaking any trend as of right now, so it's just in a range, which is good. Like I said, it's really not bad. You want to see this because you are paying a new high premium, higher lows, right? So look at the support bounce here at the 46.89 approximately, or 47-ish, $47, right? You're hitting a key resistance area. You rejected it. Now you're coming back down to this mid-range band here on this box, and then hopefully you break out of this box. But that's not bad because you just had a crazy move up, right? You had a crazy move to the upside off of these lows at $30. You had an explosive 130% trade. Retracements are very normal for these type of plays. Very, 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 very normal. And technically you're in a consolidation phase, but now you're making new higher lows. So the consolidation phase off of this retracement, your double bottom was at $47. Was at 47. Look at the daily candle now. Now you're going to sitting above the 5 and the 10 and the 12. Let me see the daily. Now you're sitting above the 5, the 10, and the 20. Yeah, so this thing is looking like it wants to move to the next leg up, which is essentially going to be your resistance line at 382 because we had this candle here on the daily candle, but your bottom was at 47 because you double back test that $47. So this is looking like a reversal, potential reversals happening on BMNR. Very, very good to see. So this is technically what I like. If I were to consider a position here, obviously, looking this a little bit more deeper. I'm not in this trade. I look at where key support was. All right, you bounced it twice. Now you've confirmed the bottom. That's a double bottom. And now you're breaking. Obviously, you're getting a reaction candle. But look at this. Now your support bounce now is at this mid-range level. Look. So this was a key resistance. Key resistance. And what is this thing now acting as? This mid-range. What do you see happening now on BMNR acting what? What is this little mid-range bar, this little medium bar? Right there, I'll even make it clear for you. Now it's acting as support. Support. So from a risk reward, it's a little, if you like, this looks like it wants to continue to the upside. Now you have a new higher low. Look at the trend now. Higher low, look, support bounce, higher low. A high, higher low, high, well actually high, higher low, so just another higher low. So from a risk reward, yeah, this looks like a reversal panning out on BMNR. Yeah, that's right, support. Would it take you like 2 times longer to check out each stock? I guess it would be 100% be worth it though. Yeah, so in terms of what I plan on doing, if I can, obviously, once I learn financials, once I learn reading the financials of a company, I mean, I can look at a chart, TA traded within a minute, right? 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then look at the financials and then combine my expertise on trading, day trading, and scalp, my TA, and then have the financial aspect of it and combine the two. Dude, I think that'll be strong. Like, I could finally hold tickets because I'm biased. From a day trader's perspective, I want the market to fucking tank. I really want the world to crash so I can buy stocks at low. That's how I make money. The most amount of money I've ever made was on red days. When tickers are absolutely dropping, I'm very I'm good. Like I'm good. But everything's just been up, so I have to be biased. Like, hey, this is too expensive. So yeah, let's see what happens to the stream in the near future, folks. Like, I really am studying financials right now. I'm looking at Warren Buffett, how Warren Buffett looks at companies. I'm doing a lot of that. And we'll see how we can make the stream more hybrid, more interesting. BMNR, you're saying 50 was a good buy. Looks good to buy. Yeah, 50. You buy it at the support. There you go. See, now that's great. You buy BMNR support, because what's happening with support now at this mid-range band, at this bottom rectangle structure. All right, you had a ripper. Now you get the dipper. Now you consolidate. But what is price doing now? Higher lows, higher lows. See, coffee's ready, folks. Coffee is ready. So technically speaking, BMNR is doing what? A potential reversal. It's making higher lows to the upside. Now you have to test that trend line break, see if it's gonna be a rejection, because we had it multiple times here. Just look left. Rejection at that 55.28. Okay. We had resistance, and then you had an engulfing bearish candle, and then you had another key resistance wick here. But now you're seeing higher lows. Close your candle bodies. Now, let's draw Fibonacci levels from a micro perspective. I don't like, so from the high to the low of this breakout, right? What do you see here? So you build a 236 on a micro. Your absolute resistance is obviously what we said here, this 382, rejection, 55.24. So see if we get a breakout above this 382, but if from a risk reward, if you didn't buy it at the $50, that's fine. See whether retracement will happen today, and see if we're gonna get that bounce at 236, 51.93. Not financial advice, because if you look at 51.93, what has 51.93 been acting as? What? Also, support and resistance. So from a risk reward, you would hope that it comes back, bounces off the 236, because it was a resistance here. Now it's acting as support. Okay. Now you're paying a new premium, a new higher low. But this is how you start building your ladder to heaven, your stair steps to heaven. Observing the market. RSI is above the center line on the 4 hour. Let's turn on the daily real quick. So RSI just pretty much look like it's gliding, but again, it's still above. RSI is still above. And the MACD, in terms of what the trend looks like, it's a little bit choppy, a little bit sideways, but it's not so bad right now. It does look good. Yeah, BMNR is definitely looking good right now. And what's acting as a battery? Look at SPY, what it's doing. So SPY absolutely having a bad day. Now look, it's flipping green. I mean, not flipping green. At least it looks like it wants to flip green, because it's moving trend up. Let me turn on my EMAs real quick. All right, so you're above the PLC zone. You broke above the PLC, point of control. 5 EMA, and now looks like it's gliding above the S support. So that's good. Let's turn on the 1 hour. All right, so you're breaking above the structure, above the 5 EMA on the 1 hour. That's good too. Spinning top on the 1 hour. Still a lot to go. Nothing crazy has broken yet. Look at the VIX completely just dropping off the face of the earth. So, whoa, open. Whoa. All right, let me get my cup. Wow, open. Interesting. I doubt we're gonna see $6 today. Maybe tomorrow, but that's too much. Yeah, dude, I wonder what that 1 hour tells you. Bro, you're not even scalding yet on the 1 hour. You're not even scalding. Not even on the 4 hour you're scalding. That's crazy. Absolutely nuts. So, something to consider. So VIX is dropping. So right now, tickers, small caps are going to look parabolic right now. APLD breaking down. Oh, that's actually good. Hey. Está bien. Está bien, gracias. ¿Está bien? ¿Quién? Sí, está ahí todavía. Vale. Yo estaba con ella anoche. Salimos a comer. ¿Está bien? Oh my god, I have coffee. What do you think about Bull? What do I think about Bull? I am very bullish on Bull. I am very, very bullish on Bull. So in terms of the patterns, so I'm a pattern trader / harmonics. And Bull, if you're, first and foremost, if you're just tuning in, I've been eyeing Bull at $10. Shout out to one of the Discord members, Jay-Z, bring it to my attention. And then Bull, from a pattern perspective, I'm just gonna open up your eyes a little bit. If you know anything about pattern trading, or if you're scalping, or you're day trading, whatever the fuck you have you, Bull is inside a broad rounding bottom formation. We have multiple bumps, consolidation phases, and now you're making a little bit stair steps to heaven, as we call it. Okay, this is super bullish on Bull. Super bullish, because essentially you're making little mini hands, cup and handles, rounding bottom formations, multiple patterns inside a broad rounding bottom formation. So nothing but positive things to look for on Bull. You gotta be patient with this thing. Obviously, you're in an asymmetrical triangle right now. It's in a trend, so obviously you see resistance, double support. So now you're just choppiness, sideways action. You're at a key resistance support level area right now. Very, very critical. And then if you come back down, your other trend line potential bounce might be at this new higher trend line, a new higher low. And then obviously once we hit apex, which is approximately right here, sometimes it really breaks out like almost 80% of the way, and it just breaks out up or down. But I'm very bullish on Bull, 100% bullish. Look at the RSI too on top of that. Look, the RSI is like the biggest giveaway, right? Look what happens every time you hit this RSI line, which I stated in my past streams and my past YouTube. Look what RSI has acted as. I cannot stress this enough. Multiple times, I've said this multiple times. Look at this. RSI, bounce, resistance, now acts support. Now that acts support. Again, support. At the key pivot zone, and I talked about this in my stream multiple times in the last week. So I'm very bullish on Bull. Patterns, in terms of the strength of the trend, the patterns that I see on the chart, and the breakout and the consistency on this thing, nothing but positive things to say on Bull. Nothing but positive things to say to Bull. Okay? So, you know, obviously join the Discord. I recommend anybody join the Discord for more TA, to get this awesome insight on some tickers, especially some trades that we do end up panning out. We've just been consistent, staying vigilant in overall macroeconomics. Stay on top of macroeconomics, folks, because we all know that this acts as battery, SPY, and futures. This is not futures. This is Thar. Let's turn on futures real quick. All right, let's turn on futures. Wow, that coffee's strong shit. All right, that's a little too strong. I kind of went too ham on the coffee. Jesus Christ. Ooh, wait, that's strong. All right, well, guess I'm fucked. I'm gonna have to drink this coffee. I'm not gonna throw it away. All right, let's get back to the table. Wow, that's some strong. I mean, I couldn't have asked for. I mean, I got what I asked for, right? All right. Let's enjoy this coffee. I I got what I asked for, so now I gotta eat it. All right, what else are we looking at, folks? Delete it with boiled water. I never thought about that. Never thought about that. Actually, that does make sense. Because you're diluting. You would dilute it. Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think about that. Crap, now I gotta get up and... Alright, for next time, I will do that. But now, I didn't think about that. That makes a lot of sense. Wow. Something so simple can change the overall aspect of whatever it is you got, whatever it is somebody's going through. And that would definitely help the coffee's taste. It's strong. Very strong. Alright, BM&R. I see something happen with BM&R. It's actually having a nice parabolic move right now, or at least nice momentous play on BM&R. So I know some of you folks are heavily invested in this thing. So the 236 today was a key support level area. Look at that bounce. Look at that bounce. Wow, we had a huge sell-off this morning. Wow. Look at that wick reaction on the 30-minute. That's impressive. Very impressive. Oh yeah. Ooh. Very good. I'm a coffee guru. I used to be very on top of like coffee trends back in the day. And I sort of had to stop the hobby because that was just a lot of money being spent. I had a lot of money being spent. All right, so SPY looking very interesting right now. So we had a 0.10% negative day on SPY, but now we're at 0.05%. Negative 0.05% on SPY. So looking like it wants to hit a certain level. Let's go ahead and see where resistance is. All right, let's see if we can find resistance. Okay, so we have a gap. Okay, so I'm looking at this now. Okay, that's interesting. So 645.43 is your gap. You broke out this trend. Let's see if we're gonna sustain that. All right, we broke out this trend. We back tested. Okay, good. That's a good start. And then we have a gap at 645.43. So 645.43. We entered at lows, this time 50-ish on BM&R. If you got in at 50, that's really good. Really, really good. Essentially, you pretty much bought at support. Approximately, let's say you bought it around 50.40, so that's a 7% swing move up. So congratulations. That's actually really good if you bought it around 50. Yeah, approximately let's say 7% or 8% on the day. Nice, very nice. You bought support. Very, very nice. Very, very nice, approximately. That's a really good trade. Can't argue with that. That's a successful trade right there. And BM&R, listen, if I had BM&R money, if I had $50 a share money, I really like Tom Lee. Like the way Tom Lee breaks down macroeconomics and then breaks down companies, because I think he was a stock analyst, not a stock analyst. He was managing portfolios wherever he was working at. Whatever he was doing, the guy knows what he's doing. He has the experience, and how simplistic he breaks down stuff. Like, if I can get to that level of financing in my stream one day, that'd be great. But anyway, Tom Lee is I really like the way he talks. He's knowledgeable. He just knows the market. And BM&R, if I had that kind of money, I would support Tom Lee. If I had BM&R money, I would support Tom Lee. He's the face of this company, of this movement. And anytime he says something about Ethereum, the man made it move. The man literally made Ethereum move to levels we haven't seen before, clearly. 4,956. We hit a whole new time high on Ethereum just because of one man. All this is because of one dude. So what is he, the Michael Saylor of Bitcoin compared to Ethereum? Yeah, and Michael Saylor doesn't really move Bitcoin because it's so obviously. I mean, he does move Bitcoin, but you know, people are just now. People are just expecting to be bullish all the time, so Bitcoin's not going to move anytime he buys. The way, you know, if it was lower, if it was at a lower price range, sure, but it's at about 112,000 a share or a coin. Like, you can only move it so much because it's just, we're talking about billions of dollars. Like, you're not really going to make that much of a movement. But Ethereum is so, it's still brand new. It's like a baby. Still brand new. Open. What the fuck? So it looks like it hasn't died yet. Did not die today. KULR. Not having a beautiful day today. 5 EMA is what I'm looking at, folks. Bull absolutely wants to continue to the upside. Bull wants to break out. Bull, bull, bull. Oh my goodness. And earnings on the 28th on Bull. So even better to not, you know, gamble with your earnings. Stay away from gambling, folks. I mean, we kind of do gamble in the casino every day in the market, but I don't gamble earnings. For those of you tuning in. Some of my Discord members know that. Let's take a look at the Discord chat. I haven't really been looking at Discord. Thank you, bro. Just saw this. Yeah, the really fucked me up. All right, wonderful. LiDAR. Let's take a look at LiDAR. I forgot the whole Discord chat. AI shares rise on AI traffic monitoring partnership. Shares of AI rose after the company said it was partnering with Blueband to use artificial-driven LiDAR for intelligent traffic monitoring. The stock of AI, was up 12%. The chart will combine AI's long-range LiDAR, which can detect objects up to 1 kilometer away, with Blueband's AI platform for traffic monitoring, incident detection, and infrastructure's intelligence. Be able to interface directly with traffic control systems, providing real-time detainment, life-saving and congestion-reducing action of traffic. Whoa. And we're at key resistance area on LiDAR. All right, so I am going to check what are calls on LiDAR. All right, I'm gonna check what are calls on LiDAR, and I might consider a position. All right, I might consider a position. Let me just check calls right now. Let me see what the calls are probably jacked to the tip. They're just juiced, and that's the worst part. All right, LIDR. All right, give me 1 second, folks. I gotta answer this phone call. I'm gonna turn on 1 minute. Give me 1 second, folks. All right. I know I probably lost a couple people here. Oh God, this. Oh, I'm literally gonna get canceled right now. I'm going to get canceled right now, aren't I? Oh no. There was words on the song. I'm gonna get clapped. Alright, let's look at the overall trend right now. Alright, so SPY looking like it wants to make a new high. LiDAR, we're gonna actually have to keep this one on our radar. Kind of missed on the trade right now. You're breaking above the key resistance area. Wow, 17%. That's absolutely bullish. Just digging the music. Oh, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. So the music, I have to be very careful because if they have words on it, I've already got a strike on my YouTube channel. I'm probably gonna get another strike as we speak. All right, open, absolutely just now making new legs to the upside. You can't make this shit up. You cannot really make this shit up. 568. Okay. All right, SPY. Little rejection here. Nothing crazy yet. Let's turn on SPY real quick. Broke out of this trend line. Did we get a bounce back? Yeah, we kind of did here. That rejection, that absolute bottom buying opportunity was immediately bought up. Last song sounding like Above and Beyond. Wow. Wow, you brought back memory lane. Above and Beyond absolutely was a childhood memory. Yes, it was actually my high school years, Above and Beyond. Above and Beyond. Let me see if I can find one song without the words in it. Without words. Let's see if you can okay, here we go. Instrumental. Alright, let's see if this is gonna work. There's only one song. First off, let me just turn this one on. Let me see if this. So it's not U2. We're getting there. Let me see if it's this one. Let me see this one. No, it's not gonna work. I mean, it's not gonna work. I can't find the song instrumental, but it was a Beautiful Day by DJ Tiesto. That's DJ Tiesto is a childhood memory of mine. When I was into like the whole trance movement back in the day, absolutely was my good stuff. Yes, can't believe you actually brought back childhood memory. So again, continuation bounce on open, and it looks like it wants to make another leg to the upside. This is really, really crazy. All right, really fucking crazy. Open where it's at right now. Let me check the contracts on open right now. All right, so strike price in the money. 245. Strike price at $3.50. No, that's $3.50 strike. Where's the bid ask? Okay, so 249. There, right. 249 spread between 249 and 263, so 263. What the fuck? I hear noise. That's weird. Did you like Armin? Yes, I absolutely love Armin. Armin van Buuren, I think that was his name. Armin van Buuren, I think that was his name. Yes, I like anything that would involved in trance at those times. Yeah. Then you also had What was the name of that Deep House something? It was Deep House Music 2024. Actually, that's really... Wow, you're bringing it back. Hold on, let me see if I can find the album. Deep House? Album? I think it was called Album. Hold on. No, it wasn't called Album. Bro, yo, you really brought it back. Holy shit. You really brought... It had the crown on the album. When I was really into... this was back in high school, and I'm old. I'm really old right now. Guys, please like the video, subscribe to my channel, and join the Discord, folks. If you like this sort of TA, I appreciate it. Alright, so... We gotta keep an eye on LiDAR moving forward, folks. Found support at the 236. Now, obviously, we're gonna pay a new premium on this thing. But who knows where this can potentially go. So far, so good. Let's turn on the daily real quick. This is another one that has songs, words in it. I'm so gonna get busted today. I'm so gonna get busted. Let's actually just keep one song, one into this side quest. One into this side quest looking for music. Just a musician. Nice, bro. Nice. A musician. You get to see the world a little bit, or you know, use the instrument to your advantage, if you know what I mean. You know, pick up some meet some new people on the way. Right spot. I mean, I don't like this lo-fi vibe. It's too depressing. There we go. Alright, so Ethereum and Bitcoin having a little bit of a bad day. KULR still not above the 5 EMA. Bull breaking above this liquidity zone, at least resistance, which was around roughly around 1542. So I'd love to see how it's closing above it. That's really, really good. Yeah, just a little bit nice, bro. Open, absolutely jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Open, just another leg to the upside. Just another leg. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, you can't. Someone's pumping their bags. And the battery is what makes this even more of a momentum play. Some delirium is laid back, but not sleeping. Some delirium. Oh, okay. Okay. That's interesting. KULR. What? LiDAR. This one's gonna be a very good one. Actually, I don't know why it's not on my trace. Is this on my trace to G list? Let me see. Oh, guys, keep a good eye on LYG, folks. This is one I haven't really spoke on, but you know, I've been watching this since $2. Okay, it's a dividend play, and look, for dividend stock, it's really good what it's showing, what it's presenting us right now. You know, it's really, really interesting what this ticker is doing right now. And for what it's worth, if you're into like slow plays, this is a dividend stock at $4.58. LYG, Lloyd's Banking Group. And look at the pattern on this thing. Look at this. I'm on the 3-day time frame, folks. Let me turn on the Heiken Ashi. Look at the 3-day. Look at your 3-day. What is this stock showing you? All right, look at the 3-day, and it's a dividend paying stock. Let me turn on the monthly time frame, because I apparently don't have Fibonacci's here for some reason. Let me go ahead and get the Fibonacci levels. All right, let me go ahead and draw from all-time low, all-time high. Okay, so you're breaking above the macro 236 Fibonacci level. $2.80. You have an 80% chance of hitting the 481, which it looks like odds are in your favor. Okay, let's turn on the daily now. Yeah, this thing is absolutely monstrous. It's absolutely monstrous, folks. So from a risk reward, you look like you're gonna hit that 382, and that's a 5% swing trade from where levels are now, price action. So something to consider here, folks. All right, let's see where we can park our money in. I do want to get into a potential trade. Just monitoring the markets right now, just observing. What other tickers are we looking into, folks? VSAT, not VSAT, stock heat map. Bearish, very bearish-ish thus far. Very nice, interesting to see. Let's see if it's going to be a continuation. LYG, APLD, RVYL, RZLV. What's going on with this one? Haven't seen this one in a while. So far in a little bullish. It's a rectangle top-ish. HOO, hood. What is up with hood? Wow, okay. Alrighty. Alright, so this is what you do now in situations like this. So with scenarios like hood, what we're gonna do is we're gonna draw a new little pitchfork wow, to the T. We're gonna grab a little pitchfork. Maybe in the 3 month. Let's see if we can get on the weekly. Yeah, the weekly is better. Alright, so here what we're gonna do. Grab the pitchfork, do it here to here. Alright, great. And then what we're gonna do next is template into a higher opacity. Alright, higher opacity. I'm gonna turn that on real quick, and I think we can argue that yeah, we can argue, we can leave this here. Let me see. We got the skiffs. Okay, skiffs looks a little bit more promising. Because look at the rejection of these trend lines, right? Modify skiffs, arguably another one. Actually, it might be this one. It actually might be this one. Let me see the skiffs. No, it had to be modify skiffs. Yeah, modify skiffs is better. And then the inside won't be inside. No, it won't be inside. Alright, we're gonna leave modify skiffs in here. And now we can turn on the dailies, look for confluences, see support and resistance. So these trend lines did act as support and resistance, support. Alright, so we can leave that trend line there. And thus now we just created our top and bottoms. Our tops and bottoms in 2 seconds. 2 seconds, folks. Very, very good to see. Alright, let's take a look at macroeconomics still. Alright, so futures and spies a little bit not really giving me, it's just open, obviously, just breaking out. It's just completely disgusting. Let me turn on the VIX here. Having a shitty day, the VIX. Good for us, right? If you're longing. APLD, bull. A little neutral. They're really breaking out of this trend. I do like this engulfing. Let's take a look at the small caps on the side. GMIA. Wow, look at that. I'm not sure what the hell this ticker does. 7% on the day. Jumia Technology, agent engaged in the provision of logistics service, provides Pan-African e-commerce platform. Huh. This isn't. Wow. I'm gonna have to start respecting the Wow. Okay, so I just got a like a little flips, a switch of a flip, like I don't know, just something turned on in my head. That's interesting. Solid power. It's just in a range now. Still momentum, but like in a range. SLQT. Not even sure what the hell this is. Looks like a harmonic completion out here. I do see the body and long terminal candles here. Ooh. This actually might be a short position for me. Let's see if we are completing any harmonics here. All right, so far I do like that 4-2. Let's see where we can get that at. What harmonic we're in. Arguably an alternate bat. I do like this. I like the AC leg here, 618. It's 4-2. Not a fan of the completion here. 886. Let's see if we can get the 86 here. And the 2-4. Give me like a 2. Give me a 2. No, that's an alternate bat, bro. Yeah, it's an alternate bat. I'm looking at the wrong one, you idiot. All right, 382. I like that. 886. Not a fan. AC leg. 113. 113. Ooh. We really didn't break it. Let me see the 3-4. No. So in theory, we kind of did hit the terminal. All right. So let's go ahead and just draw the resistance here. All right. So you're now looking at the 382. Can I still take a short position here? I'm really considering this. 1, 3, 3, 4. You can have the 5% buffer. Technically, you can. So that's why I'm just like, you know, I'm not really gonna be pissed at this ratio right here. All right, I'm really not gonna be pissed. The 113. Let me see if there was a key resistance area, or at least a rejection Fibonacci area, before I consider a short position here. Almost. The 382. I do want to short this though. I do want to short this. All right, let me check this. Let me check the premiums here for a second. I wonder what the 0 TTEs look like. Wolf is having a slow day. Is it? Oh yeah, this is your typical momentum news now consolidation phase. Sideways action. And it's gonna be for a while. Look at that. Rectangle tops. Rangy. Super rangy. Very, very rangy. Let me consider this short position here, because I do see potential for a short. Let me see what my risk to reward is. I just gotta make sure I got the ratios right. Alright, let's turn on the line candles. Don't want to get that confused. Ooh. Ooh. %8 on this short position. All right, let me check the premiums real quick. This one's called SLQT. Yeah. 2. Checking the option chain on SLQT. Options on SLQT. Hello? SLQT options. SLQT. Let's get quotes for options. Alright, 256 SLQT premium puts. Alright, in the money, out the money. Well, if you're in the money and you're selling. God, I gotta get used to this brokerage. This is really fucking annoying. So if you're in the money, put premiums. I don't feel comfortable with this. So September 19th puts are at volatility is actually good. Open interest is also really good. I just don't know how to read this platform. Jesus Christ, give me a break, folks. All right, first and foremost, why did you have this ripper? You have good earnings. Good earnings. Reports for quarter fiscal year. Jumps after upbeat quarterly earnings. What is this fucking thing? Oh, it's insurance policies. Okay, cool. Okay, we got that. We got this. This is my line, right? Okay, good. We're good on that. All right, so 234. 234, and that'll almost roughly be around where the 5 EMA test would be at. Off of this macro 236 level. Huh. And the 236 micro level will be $2.50. Well, from a risk reward, you would technically want to wait till the 236. Okay, so then we're gonna do that. Alright, and what's your RSI tell you? Oh yeah, the RSI on the daily is kind of telling, it's giving you a hint. Oh yeah, and look at the negative DI plus your momentum. Oh yeah, the RSI rejected that bull zone. Ooh, this looks juicy. Ooh, I might actually play this. Ooh, have a nice little put position on SLQT. Alright, let me go ahead and see what the puts are. Strike price in the money. In the money, strike price premiums are at, I just don't get this. I don't understand this fucking, I don't get this company. I mean, I don't get this platform. I don't get this out the money. What's your open interest? I don't get this platform, and I feel like I should probably wait before I put money in the platform. Yeah, SLQT. Alright, $2 strike, right? Expiration on September 19th, that's fine. Quantity. Okay, definitely not that amount. How are you considering, I want to buy put. Yeah, but where's the premium, my guy? I don't want to sell a put, I want to buy a put. Bro, I don't get this. I want to buy a put. What? Okay. I'm sorry, folks. I shifted over to a new platform, brokerage platform. I'm just trying to understand how they work. I'm really just trying to understand how they work. All right. Okay, so there you go. All right, so I'm gonna buy a put. I'm buying a put in the money. Expiry September 19th. Quantity, I don't want 10. But why doesn't it give me the overall average? Estimated premium debit at 10, $2 strike. And it doesn't update the transaction. Okay, now it just did update the transaction. Okay, good. All right, so if I'm buying 50 contracts, September 19th, strike price. Okay. All right, what's the juice at? IV is at 96. Okay, that's fine. The gamma and the theta in the money. Bro, this is so dumb. The in the money, the way they actually... What? That's out the money. Why would you put the arrow? Guys, look at this. Am I crazy? Look at this. This is what I'm having a hard time looking at this option chain. Let me see if I can actually draw it. Look at where in the money arrow is. I genuinely just either I'm retarded or I'm retarded. Hold up. One second. Okay, so anyway, I'm trying to understand if this is... Alright, I know that we're in the money or out the money. But why is the arrow pointing up if the in the money is in below the strike price of this overall number? Either I'm crazy or I'm crazy. Alright, if you're in the money, wouldn't you want to point the arrow below? Instead of shooting the option change to the upside, which is out the money on the $3 strikes and 4-5? Am I crazy? And look, like, this is what's confusing me. Like, what? What are you trying to tell me here? Like, get your shit together, bro. It makes me not want to buy a put. Because I don't know if I'm selling a put or buying a put. It's so annoying. I do like this. I mean, I really do like it. Volatilities are good. 96 and open interest is really nice. So I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna do one put contract. I mean, at this point, I'm gonna do one put contract on this thing for now. You know what? I'm just gonna play it safe. I'm just gonna buy one put. I'm just gonna buy one put. I'm not really gonna go crazy. I just need to understand this platform. It's not worth risking X amount of money on something I don't understand on this new platform. So I'd rather just play it safe, call it a day, and just be safe with my money. And I'm buying a put. I'd just rather be safe with my money. All right, so this contract is September 19th. Let me see if I'm doing this right. Not 10. I'm gonna do 1. Place order, strike at $2. Put contract. All right, place order. Let's see what happens on this platform. Yes, I'm buying a put. This option will expire worthless. Okay, cool. All right, successfully purchased a put. Now I'm just gonna see how this platform works, and we're gonna take our time with this because I'm not gonna risk my money in something I don't understand on this platform. I need to understand what the f is happening. All right, let's see. Open sideways chop KULR. 257. So we got to put on SLQT. I'm comfortable with that. Now, where is my put information? That's another thing. Where's the put information? How you guys doing? How you folks doing today? How are you folks doing today? Now I gotta look at where is my overall. Did I buy a con? Okay, cool. So my positions, okay, I see my positions, so that's pretty nice to see. When do I see my profits? Total cost $5, yes. I have KUL January 16 call on KULR. I got calls on KULR. Does it tell you how much I purchased? I bought one quantity? Damn, those fucking contracts were juiced. Days, PLNR, okay. Alright, so TLRY is looking like it's making moves to TLRY. Don't sleep on the marijuana stocks, I'll tell you that much. Don't sleep on this thing. Last price, average price. Alright, bought it at total cost $1.50, $90 at KULR. Total cost at $5 strike. Okay, alright, so I have a couple positions here on the market. So just getting used to my new platform, doing good, making coffee. Nice, brother. Nice. Nice. I bought a couple shares of TLRY. Nothing crazy, just small amount. Marijuana plays very interesting in terms of the trend. So the marijuana on the 3-day time frame looking very bullish. TLRY. Very interesting to see. Well, what I also do notice is that it's somewhat breaking out of a trend. Kind of scary, right? So let's take a look at let's draw a little pitchfork or the monthly. All right, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna draw the pitchfork right here, from the low to the high, and there you go. Now we have the trend line up and down. See if we're gonna have to modify either the skiffs, modern skiff, or the insider adjustment here. Let's just take a look here. Skiffs. All right, so skiffs. Are we seeing any confluence? Arguably yes. Original? No. Skiff. Let's see modified skiffs. Not inside. I don't think inside would work. No. Yeah. I think skiff. Yeah, skiffs is a little. Is skiff valid? I think arguably, yeah, skiff is valid. Look at this multitude of candles supporting this trend line right here. Yeah, and then the resistance. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna leave it at that. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. We'll find confluence on smaller time frames. 3-day time frames even better. Oh yeah, this is absolutely confirmed. Look at this rejection line and look at the support line off this trend line here. So this is really great observational overall macro trend. So we'll just leave that there. Great, we've got our trend lines. All right, so TLRY making strides here, absolutely in a bullish momentum or bullish pendant pattern, and I'll draw that right here. Look at this. Look at the breakout on this thing. Look at this bullish pendant. Look at that, folks. Look at that. Very nice to see. Breaking out. I'm a bag holder holding TLRY. Are you a bag holder? Oh my God. What is the if you don't mind me asking, what's your average? Because I remember when I was monitoring TLRY back in the day, it was like it was literally trading around $4 or $5 like 2 years ago. Actually, what was it trading at 2 years ago? I remember looking at this thing back in the day. Hold on, let me see. 2 years ago, around 2023. Okay, so around $2.80 range. I remember this. $2.80 range 2 years ago. It was then crying. Hey, listen, what I see now on the daily TLRY, this is very bullish. Bullish. Seeing what I see now, knowing what I know now that I know how to, obviously I'm I do this for a living. Your absolute reversal would be the 236, $1.73. if I see this thing hitting 273, this thing can get real dumb. 5 or more? Okay, gotcha. Nice. All right, so 5 more. Yeah, everybody had high hopes on TLRY. And it actually made sense, right? I mean, look at this trend. IPO'd out of 300 max, and then ever since then you've just been on a fucking dipper, right? You never really broke the trend, so you touching the 236 is gonna be key, because then you're gonna break out of a very, very macro level ratio, and then that's potentially the reversal, right? It popped, but I didn't sell. Gotcha. All right. Well, it happens. What are you gonna do about it? But so far, so good. So I do have a put open on SLQT. I do have a put position open on SLQT. Just monitoring this thing. I do like the potential reversal, at least the retracement it's showing right now. You had a massive upswing. You had a 55% upswing. So rightfully so, the retracement on this rejection. I like the rejection on the RSI. I do like the negative DI starting to coil up. This is a risky put open position because I didn't test the 236 for a potential reversal bounce. I took the position, but from a risk reward, I'm comfortable with my risk reward put position. You're technically, you're supposed to test the 236 micro, confirm the bounce. If not rejection, then you open a position. But I feel like I want to be a little bit more risky on this put position, because I like the RSI clean rejection here. Then come back and test that center line, which I assume would be the 382. At least that's where I plan on to exit my put position, and then maybe a bounce. All right. But with all things that go up, it must come down. So I'm happy making money on the downside. I am not afraid to make money on the downside. I love making money on the downside. That's why I'm more careful. That's right. That's exactly right. You're more careful. Good. I'm happy. As you should. Okay? As you should. You should look into covered calls if you're into, actually, that's something you should consider. If you're holding a bag, why not just, obviously learn how covered call works, and then you can make money on your premiums. And then if it doesn't go a certain way, you still make money. You keep your premium, and that's one way to make money. If you're holding bags, covered calls are a really good way to to hedge against, right? Bag holding is not that bad. If you're, options were created to hedge against your portfolio. If the trend didn't go over your way, then you just, they created a derivative for locals like you and me, or institutions created derivatives to sell against or hedge positions to offset the loss. Yeah, so covered calls are a great way to offset the losses. And if you're holding a bag, that's really nice. And like I said, it's a nice way to collect premiums. All right. So let me check my put contract real quick. All right, so far so good. P&L. Looking good. TLRY, I do like this. I don't know why this is calling my name. I really want to throw money at this, but not today. It's not going to be today. I do like what I see, the inverted hammer, or I should say the shooting star on TLRY. I love what I see here on the daily. So tomorrow, if I see a retracement, or at least, you still have 3 hours left to print this candle. But this is called a shooting star on TLRY. If it hits a certain resistance level here, come back and test that trend line, or test that EMA on the 5, then I'll consider position, which I would suspect at least $1.20, around that range. Also in line with the 5 EMA. So $1.20. And then maybe consider a nice little small position on TLRY. Very, very small, nothing crazy, because I am aware of my macroeconomics. So as you know me, I don't like losing money. I don't like losing. Nobody likes to lose money. So I'm gonna consider a nice little small position on TLRY once it hits that retracement. So it is printing a shooting star at the impulse. I like seeing that. So this is telling me that tomorrow potentially a reversal is gonna be in. Nothing crazy, but we are already up 12% on the day. What goes up must come back down. So TLRY, check QSI. Check QSI. Let's go take a look at QSI. Let's take a look at QSI. What happened to this thing? What is going on QSI? What is happening with QSI? Let me turn on Jesus. I do like this long lower shadow here at the impulse. Long lower shadow at the impulse. That's very positive. Look at this, folks. I'm gonna show you candle structures real quick. I like to practice these. I like to have muscle memory. I like to always continuously stay vigilant on candle structures because there's thousands of them. There's thousands of names. But look at this long lower shadow, folks. At the impulse on QSI. Look at this. At the impulse. That's super bullish. At least super bullish potential reversal. So obviously on the daily you started seeing the potential to the upside, but now you're testing that 10 EMA. Now you're printing a spinning top at that rejection of the 10 EMA. So nice to see, and you're still above the daily 5 EMA. So really not that bad. And look, the MACD on the daily also telling you that you're crossing the signal line. So potential reversal, continuation to the bull side is still panning out, which is what I like to see. Actually, this does look good, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Positive DIs, oh my God. So this thing has been on a sell-off for weeks. What happened here? Oh, bad earnings. Ooh, bad earnings. Yuck. Yucky, dude. Yucky. Now, I am afraid because you look like you're also printing a descending scallop formation on top of that. So, in theory, this is technically not over. It's not over. But it is showing signs of life, but now you're testing a key resistance area. Key resistance zone, potentially. Ugh. Yuck, dude. Oh, man. Fuck me, dude. Oh, man. Jay, I'm not going to say who, but, you know who I'm talking about. They're probably freaking out, right? You know who I'm talking about, who's in the QSI play, Jay? How's he doing? Hopefully he's doing well, that guy. Is he still, complaining? Is he still like, oh, like he's just sick to his stomach buying at highs? Yeah. Man, I feel bad for him. And he was a good guy. That guy he's a solid guy, really, like, but holding a bag and putting that amount of money on a bag. He's holding a fat bag on QSI. Ugh. He bought at around $3, I think. He's holding a nice bag. Open, continuously running up all day today. All day today. Now, you are printing scalp continuation patterns on the 1 minute. Very, very nice to see. Like I said, I don't think we're gonna hit $6 today. That's a 20% momentum to the upside. You're only 5% off. I think tomorrow you'll get to your $20 or $6 for sure, but like not today, bro. There's no way. No way, dude. This is absolutely sickening, though. Sick. And then you got the batteries helping you out today too on top of that SPY. So SPY doing a little bit of reversal, and it looks like it wants to flip green today. 0.5, 0.4, negative 0.4 today. Looks like it wants to flip green. Today was negative 10 on the daily. So love to see it. Love to see it. Wow, that's crazy. QSI. So a very interesting position what's happening with QSI. Descending scalp potential continuation pattern, which is another which is something to observe. Now, the measurement rule on descending scallops is not looking. It's not going to It's not going to happen because it won't break these lows. But it's nice to see where it could potentially, you know, in the distant future, if QSI really doesn't execute a year from today, right? It can really break down to crazy levels. But I doubt will ever get to 55 cents. But it's nice to see patterns and draw the measurement rules because you're building muscle memory, and it's good to practice. It's always nice to practice, but we're never gonna. I doubt we'll hit 55 cents on QSI. No, that's not gonna happen. No, not at all. Not in the near future. Okay, but on the daily, you did print a long lower shadow, so that's nice to see. All right, it's nice to see. Very unlikely, but everything is possible. Yeah, you are right. Everything is very possible, without a doubt. Open another, dude. There's no way. Dude, there's no way. Dude, open is opening up. Should I just throw $1,000 at this thing at this point? Should you consider just what's 1,000? What's an opening position? Let's say 1,000 divided by 580. 172 shares approximately. You just throw 1,000 at this thing and just hopefully it just goes up. I am not going to throw $1,000 at this thing, right? Not at these highs, no. I'll wait for the retracement, but Jesus Christ, it's disgusting. Open. I am not buying. I mean, show me a little bit of retracement. Let me see the 1 hour. Show me the 1 hour. All right, get me back to 530, and I'll throw some Trump change at this. Get me back to 530. All right, because this was a key resistance, resistance, and you're testing that 10 EMA. Give me on the 1 hour. So give me at 530. That's where I think fair value would be. If you can come down and break below that 487, that'd be great as well. I bought 544. Might just sell it off. Listen, brother. If you're in the profit 484, all I'm gonna say is congratulations. I'm not here to tell you buy or sell, but I will tell you this: that's a very good trade. Congratulations. In terms of the strength of the trend on open, man, I have a PT target around $7. I think it's more likely gonna get there, and looks like it's just still favoring the bull side. So congratulations on your trade, brother. Always, protect yourselves. Always take profits when you're in the green. You just never know what's gonna happen tomorrow. And there's nothing wrong shaving off a little bit of profits when you are in the green, especially if you don't give a fuck about this company. You're riding the trend. There's nothing wrong taking profits. There's absolutely no. You're never wrong when you're positive. I get lucky once in a while. Absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's right. So Bitcoin having a nice little bounce again at the 110 range. Finding support again at the 110 range. Let's see what Ethereum's happening. Wow, SPY wants to break positive on the day. Positive, negative 4%. Open, dude. It really is gonna it's gonna clean the gap. I mean, not clean the gap. It really is gonna be a 20% day, folks. No way. Looks like it wants it. So the scallop continuation pattern is gonna pan out. So we drew this just for shits and giggles, and now it looks like it wants to giggle. Oh yeah, it's giggling up here. 605. Dude, no fucking way. Wow. Alright, so we got a target. Well, good thing I left that pattern measurement rule there. Very impressive. Very impressive. Got lucky on that Wolf and APLD search last week too. I was in here for the APLD search. Yeah. Speaking of APLD, let's take a look at APLD actually. Thanks for the reminder. I love APLD. APLD is my baby. Fuck Apple. APLD, nice. Looks like I got a trend here. Nice, 1625. Let me see if I can actually close in on that trend. Let me see what the extension levels were. All right, so I drew that trend extension here, previous whip, so that means I drew it on the 3-day. Yeah, I drew this on the 3-day. Let me close it in a little bit more. All right, people taking profits right at this trend. Boom. So we hit the resistance, support, and now you're breaking out of it. Okay, we'll hold that there. All right, now we've defined the resistance. Looks like you're breaking above the 1631, which was a clean support and resistance area. Good, 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 good. All right, goody, goody. Ooh, 76, this extension. No, that's a Fibonacci. So this is the extension, 1631. Okay, good. Ooh, yep. It's looking good. Let's check the EMA. Yeah, it's breaking out. Yeah, it's breaking out again. Yep. What is SPY doing? Is the battery acting nice on us? Yeah, battery's acting a little nice on us today as well. So pretty much everything will be making headway, at least to the upside. At least to the upside, SPY. SLQT. Let me see my put position real quick. Just gotta be patient. Looking good, looking good. KULR, QSI, Jesus Christ. APLD, ooh. All right, so this is super bullish. APLD, you cannot break this trend, bro. You obviously cannot break this trend. APLD is a sleeping giant. APLD is a sleeping giant. Oh yeah, it's gonna break out. It's gonna break out. So I did have, I mean, you have a nice wall exactly at 1663. That's gonna be a nice little wall. Your other PLC zone is obviously right now where you're testing at. No, it's a little higher. Is at 1645. Roughly. So 1645 is a nice little wall. Okay, another secondary wall. So you're breaking above the extension level. Your PLC on the upper band is at 1645. Very, very clean. Because look at the liquidity here. Look at all this liquidity and rejection. So 1645 is going to be a very, very important wall. And then last but not least, 1663. All right, so we have layers to break above, key resistance area, and then resistance now acts as support. So, but look at the trend. The trend on this thing is very bullish. I mean, super hella bullish. Super very, like, ugh. I'm waiting for like a black swan day, folks. Black swan. I don't think we're gonna get it. You just never know. Okay, so open, rejecting this volume average high, 583. So very nice to see. Observing. All right, let's take a look at bull real quick. Made some change on Thar. I feel tempted to dump it into open on a dip. You're still in Thar? Dude, that's crazy. Are you not in the green? I think we spoke on this. Yeah, we did take a look at this. So whatever's happening on Thar, I have no idea, bro. Wow, look at that. I mean, I spoke on this. $9 was your exit for some folks. 0.5. Looks like I wanted to come back and retest it, but now I just sold out of it. Did you make profit? Did you make profit? That's important. Did you make profit? Let's wait for the answer. Flatfish. I think you did, yeah, just a little. Well, you know what? That's still green, baby. That's all that matters. Profit is profit, brother. Don't matter if you made $1 on it. You made $1 on the trade. That's still profit. That's what matters. You didn't lose. So congratulations on that trade. Doesn't matter the size of the profit. It's all about consistency. So congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, look, from a risk reward, I will get back on open because I did trade her. I tried shorting her a month ago. And then the trend of that strength completely just boombastic. Really just tore through the resistance level, and then it just kept going up from there. So the strength of this trend is very bullish. Can't go wrong. It's still high, risky, but just throw Trump change at this. Throw, maybe not financial advice, throw cushion change. I wouldn't put 20 anything in the case at this thing at all. Hell no. I'll throw maybe $5 at this or $10 at this, just to keep track of it. That's just my opinion, but not financial advice. Not financial advice at all. I don't know why this thing is so rippy today. 70% trade too. That's crazy. That's kind of crazy. APLD breaking 236 on this extension level. If we can close above it, going in for tomorrow, that would be great. Let me see the daily on it. Key resistance area 1631. Yeah, APLD's rocket. It's a rocket. I'm starting to think about something. Since earnings, you've just been riding the 5 and the 10 EMA. And if you have a retracement on SPY, you're gonna get that reflection. I'm just waiting. Just wait, be patient. I'm looking to come in near $5 and hope for it to buck up another to get out today. What? Open? Shit, you get back at 5. I might get in at 5. Yeah. I'm on the same boat. $5, yeah. You're looking for a 12% down day on this momentum day on open. Anything's possible. Just obviously stay vigilant on top of your trade, obviously. Anything can happen. All right, market's still bearishly market's still bearish. Market is still bearish. I'm about to warm up some food. It is a little bit of a lunchtime opportunity for me. So let me go heat up some pizza. Give me like 1 minute. I'll just quickly throw pizza in the oven. 1 second. Is anything really breaking today? Let me see open. Not really. Open on the bottom right. And then we'll just keep the VIX up for right now. KULR, come on, baby. I'm having pizza. Not sure how people feel about me eating pizza on stream. I probably won't even do that. Not sure if that makes sense. And now I gotta wait for it to cool off because it's hot. Alright, I'm gonna be on stream a little bit longer today, just because I don't know, I feel good. Observing the market a little longer today. Normally I end stream around 12 o'clock, but let's see if we get any reversal on some tickers and keep an eye out. APLD 1631 on the extension and above this moving average. Look at that bounce. Look at that bounce. Sometimes I'm questioning my sanity on APLD sometimes. Sometimes. Wow, it's hot. Still hot. 2% on the day. About to hit 2% on the day. You know, if CoreWeave ever backs out on APLD deal, that's very bad. Speaking of CoreWeave, let's take a look at CoreWeave. Yeek. Alright, did we break below anything? No, it's still like eh. Wow, this is really good. Alright, I might just shut this off for a second. Wow. Okay, that was so good. Oh man, that pizza is so good. Wolf? Oh my god. It's barcoding. No way. Oh yeah, Lucid. What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck? Yeah, key support on Lucid. Very observable key support here on Lucid. Very clean support at Lucid. Alright, yeah, shit. Wow. Okay, folks. Yeah, Lucid, you're at key support, folks. Wow. Look how, wow, look at that, folks. I mean, from a risk reward, my guys, I don't know what to tell you. So look, you're inside a descending triangle. Let me get the ray instead, because that'll be cleaner. You're in descending triangle. And look, did you really ever break below a certain key level? All right, so you just look for confluence, right? So arguably there. So now you're in descending, you're off of this 3-day candle descending triangle, and look at where Lucid is now bouncing off, another key area of support. So from a risk reward, this would be another potential opportunity for some folks. I'm not gonna lie, this is really looking attractive. This is honestly, this looks attractive to me. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this honestly looks really good. Like in terms of a buy the dip opportunity. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. Huh. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. Okay, well. Huh. Well, so let me put this on my Discord. I'm done eating, so I can put on my camera again. Let me put this on my Discord. Wow, interesting. Lucid. Look at that, folks. Let me put it on the 3-day to make it nice and consolidated. And let me post this on my Discord. Guys, join the Discord if you love, if you like what I do, and join the Discord if you want to obviously get the great TA from me and the community itself. Let me go ahead and turn that on. This is really looking interesting. Wow. Lucid. Look at that. Lucid at key support, so keep an eye out on Lucid. Multiple times it had reached this $2 range, and every time it has touched this target. If you notice on the on the 3-day time frame, it has massively been a key support area off of this descending triangle pattern. And every time you get at the $2 range from prior history price action, notice at the upswing. So very, very nice to see, at least where Lucid is at right now. Just based on price history, I don't know, folks. It'd be a nice little swing trade. Not financial advice. Always protect yourself, but from a risk reward, looks good. Wow. So every time you get to $2 range, look what she likes to do. Lucid, 85% swing trade to the upside, rejection. Lucid, $2 again. $2 again, has a massive 50% upside if you're willing to hold out 3 days or a week out. All right, Lucid again, hit at $2 support, 39%. So it gets weaker and weaker, right? So Lucid again, 26% at that trend line for another couple weeks out. So if you get the $2 range on Lucid from a risk reward, I don't know what to tell you. From a risk reward, this looks good from a buying opportunity, because look, you're at the literally support level. your key support level. Turn on your EMAs. See if you get a reversal. You know, if you're not that type of trader, just wait for confirmation, right? All right, 236 macro. Is that the 236 macro? Oh yeah, that is a 236 macro. So if you were to take this trade to here, that's a 13% swing trade. That's a 13% swing trade. And you're at key support. I don't know. Lucid looking a little good right now, honestly. Let me turn on the EMAs. RSI, yeah, RSI is also good. You're hitting on that pivotal bounce too. On top of that, that's very important. Ooh, yeah, you're breaking above this key resistance. You did kind of break below it. I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about what are my oscillators telling me. So you know what? Let me go ahead and put Lucid on the big chart real quick. Let me see my ooh. Oh man, this looks good. This looks good. This looks good. It's a car company, for fuck's sakes. It's a car company. Guys, like the video, join the Discord, subscribe to the channel. 10%. It's not looking bad. Heat map still bearish. KULR, SLQT, CoreWeave, APLD, Lucid. I don't know, folks. Lucid looking very interesting right now. What are calls on this, actually? What are the calls? What are calls? Let's take a look at Lucid calls. Lucid LCID. August 29th. That's 4 days out. No, I would do long dated. I would do 369 August 21st. August 26th. 361 of next year? That makes sense. That would make sense. I'm buying a put. No. No, I'm not put. Jesus Christ, strikes. I mean calls. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm selling a call? August call. No. Scares me off. Descending triangle pattern scares me off. Oh, absolutely. It's in a downward momentum for sure. But in terms of the swing trade, I would just pop it in and exit. You do have 3 touches though, that's for sure. And then you have multiple touches. Now you're testing. It's like a quad. Like a quad. How do you draw a trend line for USAR after it broke out of the pennant pattern? USAR. Sure, I'll take a look at USAR. Descending patterns, yeah. It really is not a bullish look for sure. But it likes the $2. It really does like the $2, and it has rippers. It has rippers. So from a risk reward, if you like to trade these things, obviously protect yourself. Let's take a look at USAR. What the hell is USAR? What the fuck is USAR? It broke out of it, this asymmetrical triangle. Okay, asymmetrical triangle. Broke out of it, back tested, and successfully broke above it. So you're asking what again? How do you draw a trend? It broke out of the pennant pattern. Well, you just wait for another pattern to emerge itself. So broke out above it to 1666. So now you draw a potential new. Well, obviously it's all linear. So now you take this pattern, right? And you just draw a trend line right now, and then you just start seeing what you can find up here. All right, let's see what you can find up here. Not much really. I mean, you can argue another triangle, but now it's a new higher low, new higher high, right? And you just keep doing that. You broke out of a broadening triangle. Now you're inside another pennant triangle. All right, depending on how you draw, but super obvious here because you have this engulfing bullish candle here off of this trend line breakout. All right, and I'm assuming you're talking about that, and now you just draw another trend line at key resistance area. All right, well, you see that your price is getting a wick reaction, so that's your how do you say, this has confluence. All right, so you got one touch, and typically I want to start seeing 5 touches at this apex, and then now you make a new higher low with a new higher high, well, lower highs, and then you break out of that triangle pattern. But right now, let's see if price is going to come back to test a key trend line here, and you wait for price action to settle to give you confirmation. Okay. Wait. Just be patient. You are getting rejection here. So that's one touch. Technically, you want to see 5. You want to see 5. But it did break out of this broadening rectangle, asymmetrical triangle. Look at how many touches here. Look at this. Jesus Christ. Look at this. 1, 2. We kind of broke out. And then look at the bottom. 3, 4, 5. So then the 5th touch, or the 6th, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. 6 was here, and then you had a breakout. Boom, and then boom. Back test that breakout, boom here, and then have that breakout reaction, that engulfing candle. Okay, you can still get bust out because it looks a little weaker, right? Lower highs. You are making lower highs off of this 4-hour chart, but you know, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. So I'll just leave it there for now. RSI is your key. So look at the RSI. So that's why I said, did you ever really break out of a trend, right? I mean, did you ever have to worry about being bearish? Well, right now you broke above the RSI and you back tested and you bounced off it. So if you saw this, you didn't take the trade now, well, you're kind of too late because you're buying FOMO. You're in the FOMO phase. And I don't FOMO, guys. I do not FOMO, not me, that's not my style. And every time you hit this bullish bear zone, look at this. What happens every time it touches this bear zone based on price action history, right? Look at that. What do you see? You touched it, rejection. Touched it, rejection. Touch it, rejection. But you made a new higher low, higher low, higher low, come back, higher low eventually, right? So in theory, you can also draw trend lines on the RSI to give you that what? To give you idea of the potential continue. What the are we doing here? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. What do you see? What do you see on the RSI? What do you call this pattern, folks? On the RSI. What do you see this? What the? Oh, okay. I have this going. Okay, that was that. On the daily. I'm on the daily time frame, folks. What do you see on the RSI doing? What is the RSI doing? What do you call this pattern, folks? Does anybody know what you call that? When you have a clean rejection on the top end, but your candles or I should say the RSI is making what? Higher lows. What do you call that pattern, folks? And this is a clean continuation run to what, folks? Looks like 3 minutes. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? That was funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was good. So this is what you call a ascending triangle. Very, very bullish. Very bullish. You're respecting a trend. And RSIs, it's reflective of the price action, right? And if you're printing bullish divergence, bearish divergence, obviously you see it. You would see it, but right now it's just respecting a trend, which is up, right? And now you're hitting the center line, and this was lower, and we still respect this trend. And your price action is going higher, higher. This is ascending triangle. Very bullish. Very bullish. He said, it looks like 3 middle fingers. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Yeah, let's see what's happening with SPY. A lot of shit going on in my chart, so typically I don't like doing it on this chart. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clean it up, and I'm gonna not do it on this chart. We can actually get rid of the pitchfork, actually. We can get rid of this pitchfork, and we can get rid of, that's it. All right, we cleaned it up a little bit. All right, we don't do it on this chart. All right, let me clean this one up, actually. Fib retracement. Actually, yeah. I gotta respect that. We got that. RSI. All right, good. We're good. All right. Let me turn this off, and let me turn this off. All right. Let me turn this one off as well. All right. We're just goody daisy. Core weave. What's happening with core weave? All right, this is my last fattening product I'm eating for today, and then I'm gonna get back to fitness tomorrow. But USAR. So yeah, actually this is actually really bullish. Really bullish. Where's Lucid? Huh. Lucid is interesting. You did break below the resistance level. It's coming back to test that area. Huh. Now is volume coming in? That's another thing. Is volume coming in? That's another indicator. All right. Is volume coming in? Let me see. So you're half of the volume of the moving average. Huh. That's very interesting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna leave that there actually. Still bearish throughout the day. And then obviously SPY. Not really making waves today, so a little bit choppy. So we have Lucid on the bottom left, and we have open on the bottom right quadrant. So let's take a look at the overall market. CoreWeave. APLD. Everything's a little bit like, it's just like choppy. I'm not really a fan. I am a fan of this though. I like this a lot. I like this a lot actually. Alright, so one thing I am seeing on this, it is printing bearish divergence on the daily. It is printing bearish divergence on the daily. Look at this. It is printing bearish divergence on the daily. Arguably, I would want it to. This would be like a Class B-ish. Class B. Let me get that pattern real quick. How's everybody else doing? What's happening with the world? What kind of other small cap stocks are you guys trading? What other small cap stocks you guys are into? All right. All right, so this will be a Class B. I mean, we're still printing on the day. So if this obviously evens out today, then tomorrow you get a nice little bearish candle. Typically, you want to see Class A or bullish or bearish divergence. I don't like trading Class Bs or Cs. They're not as reliable, but it's nice to see them, show up from time to time. And look at this, right? So this is a Class B. When you have equal highs, and then the RSI is lower high on USAR. And by the way, thank you for bringing USAR up, because apparently I charted this back in the day and I forgot about it. So just keep an eye on bearish divergence on this thing. They're not always gonna be perfect. That's why I said it was like a Class B, because you have to have, obviously it says it here, you have to have equal. Somewhat equal. So arguably we are equal. It's a little slanted, but look at the RSI, lower high, right? And you just had a bullish momentum to the upside. You broke out, so you're gonna have the retracement. Obviously today's 4% of the day, so this will equal tomorrow potentially a bearish day tomorrow. So then in theory you would buy tomorrow, not financial advice, but you buy a support, which is potentially what? Well, where's area trying to find support and resistance? Well, we know that there's a line here. That's one touch. Where's your potential bounce at? Well, let's go ahead and draw small time frames. Try to be as accurate as possible. So if you don't see anything that's bouncing off, well, here's another way you can find trend lines, right, folks? What was I teaching on my stream last week? What was that tool that I was using, folks? What was that new tool that I went crazy for? All right, who remembers? All right, well, here you go. Let's see if we can find confluence. So here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. There you go. Support, support, support. There you go. All right, let's modify a little bit. And notice this mean medium range where it's rejection, folks. Look at that. Look at that mean medium range rejection off of this pitchfork. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave this here. And now you see price bouncing off of key area support and resistance. Pitchforks are used in on high frequency trading. Just so my open position. All right, were you green? All I want to know is, were you green? If you weren't green, that's fine. If you're green, even better. And while we're waiting for the response, let's go ahead and modify this just a tad bit. See if we can get around 370. Nice. $370 for Draft Punk. Congratulations, brother. That's all that matters, folks. That's all that matters. You made profit. You made motherfucking profit. That's all that matters, bro. Congratulations, bro. Alright. We're taking a look back on Usar. Let me just try and find confluence on this thing. Just make sure we're doing it right. Arguably, that's good. I think this one's better. Actually, this one's better. I don't know. This one is better. You made your day, bro. Bro, I can't wait to actually get used to this new platform. Because I'm just throwing money at it here and there. Because I switched brokerage, but I still I want to scalp so bad. I'm just getting used to this platform, and I'm taking it easy right now because I don't feel comfortable with it. Like even opening an options chain, you saw what I posted earlier. It's like the options chain was so confusing to me. I wouldn't even know how to sell. I still haven't found the sell button on my contract. Actually, let me go look at it right now. Like, how would I sell my position, right? If I had to sell this order, first off, it's gonna take the overall order. Like, it's so there's so much shit going on. There's so much shit. I'm not really going heavy. Not yet. Alright, let's go back to USAR because now I have my OCD kicking in. Just want to make sure I drew this right. Alright, rejection on the medium range is good. Support off this bounce. Okay, good. Alright, so arguably, you know what? I'll leave it there. We are seeing a support bounce here, rejection line here, and rejection. And support here. Okay, good. I'll leave that there. Let me see on smaller time frames real quick. Because now I have to like really. Alright, support, resistance, resistance, support, and then resistance, support. Okay. So this is obviously trend line that we can actually work off of, which I do like to see. And okay, perfect. Alright, I'm done. OCD is out of the way. Alright, RSI. Alright, cool. Alright, SPY. Uh-oh. 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 Timeout. So, was that a fake cat? Are you really gonna be that? No. No. Okay. Let's see what happens here. You know what? Alright, you know what? I know what's wrong. Because on my big chart, there is trend lines. And then on the small ones, there's not. And I have to redraw them every fucking time. So no. Let's go on the daily. There's your trend line. Let's change the opacity. Higher opacity. I don't know why. It just continues not to show that. Alright, and then boom. And now, this is much cleaner. All right, and then we take the small Fibonacci levels from the low to the high. This is the high. There you go, and now you have retracement 639. Oh, that wasn't the high? Yeah, that was the high. What are you doing here? That was a 4 hour telling me that wasn't the high. So the high was here? Okay, cool. 0.6. All right, cool. So we're gonna watch for 640, and then obviously now we draw the trend line. All right, draw the trend line. Closure body candle, wick body candle, right there. Spinning top on the 12 hour, and now we can look at SPY with a little bit of more accuracy. A little bit of more accuracy, okay? And then we obviously got that trend line. We got this right here, clean rejection, And then we also have this upside, and we have that. Boom. All right, so now we're back at that. Now we're back trading properly. RSI is breaking below. Looks like it wants to break below a little bit. At least on the 1 hour, we have something to work with here. Got to bounce for an appointment. I'll be joining Discord. Thanks, Sammy. Thank you, Draft Punk. I appreciate it. Thank you, brother. Hope to see you soon in Discord, brother. Thank you. All right, so we can finally let go of all. Oh my God, it's a fuckery. All right, we have SPY here at least. We can monitor SPY a little bit more cleanly. We have resistance and support. So still bearish momentum on SPY. Nothing yet has broken the trend thus far. So you do have this August 25th, 22nd here. High, previous high, and then you have this liquidity box here. So once we break that zone area support, area of resistance, and break above these candle structures, then I'll consider this a very bullish momentum potential upside. All right, but you're just literally resisting key defined areas of areas where prior candles were using. Excuse me, I'm like brain fart. Resistance area. Ugh. Excuse me. Brain fart. EMA, candle bounce, rejection. Ooh, is that a rejection? Oh yeah. Ooh yeah. Oh yeah. I like that candle though. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna sell off. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Ooh. Wow. All right. So very, looks like a reversal bearish side. Let me turn on the 1 hour. Yeah. Choppy. But this histogram bar is really very interesting because it's a little bit, it's larger. So something to watch here. We still have a couple minutes to close this candle, but very interesting to see here. And very interesting to see. Now it's flipping a little bit. Really depends on this histogram bar. Monitoring this is very important. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's see if it sustains. Ooh. So ES futures also showing a little bit of a weakness here. It wants to break the upside. Let's see if it breaks the trend. So we have futures with a clean rejection line. Let's see if it breaks this trend here on the RSI, the candle structure here, at least in the 30-minute. Let's see if it breaks that. Open door. Guys, like the video, subscribe to my channel, and join the Discord. Whoa! Open door. I knew you were gonna, like, at least I knew you were gonna get to 605 today, at least. Maybe like tomorrow or some shit. Whoa. Wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa. Time out. What the fuck? What in the gracious Lord just happened to? Obviously, you have sellers. Hey, the guy who was in the position, I think he left already, but he didn't get clapped. This is why I didn't FOMO. Unopened. This is why you don't FOMO. Protect yourselves. Always protect yourselves. So now you're holding. Now there's definitely back holders up here. Congratulations. All right. So ES Future really just making a new lower high. Not really breaking the trend thus far, and then obviously this is going to reflect SPY as well. So just monitoring SPY, lower highs, not really breaking trend. We're just taking it slow, monitoring everything. SLQ2, I have a put position open on SLQT. Just bring it down, baby. Just break it. All right, just break it. Just break down and pay me. Let's see. All right, open coming down and then loose at another one. Finding support bounce at that $2 range, and let's see. Hopefully, we start seeing a little bit of momentum to the upside, and then we decide from there. So. What else is going on out there? Shadow work and dream space. What the fuck is that? Ooh, futures breaking down. So rejected that 30-minute trend line, bearish trend line. All right, that's somewhat good for my put position. Let's see if SPY is gonna respect the same trend at least. Let's see what SPY is gonna decide to do. RSI is looking bearish, still bullish. Coming back test that breakout on the center line. We'll love to see that. So let's see what happens today, folks. Nice and patient, just keep an eye on the overall market. Let's take a look at small cap stocks on the right hand side. All right, we'll go one by one. CoreWeave still not doing much, just 2% down in the day. Oh, PLTR, that's one I want to take a look at for sure. Hello, Palantir, man. All right, so Palantir is one to watch, and I also see something on Palantir. Oof, that's bad. Yeesh. Ugh. Ooh, folks. All right, we can finally get rid of this extension, get rid of all these other ones. Let me see. No, we can leave that one on. I don't know what that ray was. No, this one was that one. Boom. You can get rid of that. No, we'll leave that one on. Okay, we'll leave that one on as well. Alright, we'll leave that one on as well. Parallel channel. We'll leave that one off as well. Alright, I noticed something on PLTR. Does anybody know? Does anybody see it? Does anybody see it? Almost. That body candle here, well, you know what? We'll sleep on that one. All right, and then we'll also sleep on this one because this actually changed the trend of this whole entire structure. Does anybody know what this looks like? And you know what? We'll just clean it up a little bit more. Okay, that's your 12 hour. Let's see the 12. Let me turn it off. Turn it that way. Does anybody know what this structure is called? Any wrong answers only. Any answer would be technically correct. And these are really nice ones to trade off at. No, they're not reliable, but when you see them, you draw them. All right, you see them, you draw them. Now, let me just make sure that we're getting at least a proper channel downtrend. Not technically. You're making higher lows. This is not technically, but let me see if I can show you the pattern. I'm trying to pull it up right now. Let's see. This is called a so these are called like a megaphones. These are called the megaphones, okay? Where it's like it looks like that, right? Trend lines, they're broadening, and then depending on the angle, either ascending or descending, that's what you call the megaphone formations. Kind of a bear flag, right? What changed the pattern for me was this not only this this candle here for me, but also this support candle. If this body candle wasn't there, then you know I would honestly just draw it from here. Then it'll be called a channel, right? From this channel here, because we have rejection. But this candle right here kind of fucked it up for me, because then it's still in a trend, right? Look at this. It would definitely be a channel, and that looks like a bear flag. That's your typical bear flag channel, right? It could be an ascending triangle or ascending wedge, or it could be an ascending wedge, descending wedge. All right, but if it wasn't for this candle here, I would argue it's in a channel, but this one kind of changed the pattern, right? So now that's called like it's called a megaphone formation. A megaphone, it's like a mic. You know, it looks like somewhat like a pyramid. But the bottom wicks are strong, absolutely. Those, absolutely. These wicks are super strong. Without question, these wicks are these are not even, you can't even argue against the trend, what it wants to do, absolutely. All right. But it's interesting to see how you're not really breaking above. Like you had a key resistance here at the key support and resistance line. And look what's happening now with Palantir on the 12 hour, right? You had a breakout, fake out, try to back test it. You try to break out of here, rejection. Breakout, rejection. Tried, rejection. Well, actually you broke out, but look, 12 hours later, rejection. But you're printing a Dragonfly Doji. So, in essence, Dragonfly Dojis are very, I mean, that's a bullish candle, but you know, obviously anything can happen today, tomorrow. But look at this. Look, arguably it's printing a Dragonfly Doji. These are really bullish, right? Very bullish candles. But did you really break 558.85? Did you really break 588.55 or 85? Where are we at? 85? That's a little bit concerning from the short term. That's a little, because look at the RSI on top of that. On the 12 hour. And the MACD on the 12 hour is not showing any momentum. So 558, approximately 558.85 is a key resistance line. And if you really didn't break out of that, whoa, are we seeing a range on Palantir? And you're having a nice little bippity bip day on SPY. Nice little bippity. Now technically, it's obviously the descending bearish rejection here is still, whoa, open, right? And look at Lucid right there, $2 range. Now we're popping 2 cents on the upside after that $2 potential reversal. I said we're at key support area at the $2 range, and now you're up 2 cents off that off of that call out. So 1.3% on your trade if you decided to take that trade. But Lucid is presenting opportunity in terms of a reversal for a swing trade, because you're at key area of support, right? You just buy at support, sell at resistance, right? You don't buy here to hold it. I wouldn't hold this fucking thing. Lucid is still dog shit from a chart perspective, but look, key support was at $1.99. You got your little Whopper for $1.99. You buy a Whopper or fucking McDonald's Deluxe. I don't know what the hell those prices go for. And then you buy a support and you sell at resistance for a nice potential upside swing trade. Look at that, and it's already up 2 cents. Up 2 cents. Look at the reversals. Again, 81% off a $2 support. Reversal. Again, 50% off the $2 support buy. Reversal. Potential. 70% swing trade off of $2 support. So now you're at it again. Support. Reversal. Hypothetically, let's be nice. Let's just say 26% off of this fair value gap off of that 50 SMA. Rejection line, potentially, right? So it's just like, 24% swing trade off of a key support area where it likes to actually make a ripper after a dipper. A ripper, then a dipper. A ripper, then a dipper. Are we going to see another ripper? I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know. Just. I don't know. I'm just saying, folks. Looks interesting from a risk reward, right? Looks interesting from a risk reward. Lucid. All right. Looks very interesting. That's all I'm saying. Kind of wants it too. That's the thing. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? What does that have to do with anything? Oh God, Lucid. Lucid, folks. Looks like it wants to do something. Looks like it wants to do something. I'm taking it easy. Open. There's your buy the not financial advice, but looks like it's presenting another opportunity for a retracement, folks. Potential opportunity retracement. Not financial advice. Okay, my puts are printing. My put is printing. Let me double check my put position. Lucid wants to break out. If you didn't buy at 205, I don't know. I don't know what to say, folks. Lucid wants to break out, folks. Lucid absolutely wants to break out. Look at the volume coming in now at 251. Now we're at 2.7 million. A moving average at 5 point. Everybody and their mother sees the bottom on Lucid. Everyone and their mother sees the bottom on Lucid. We're trading at moving average of 2.5 million, and now we're exceeding 2.5 million. So a lot of people are stepping in because that $2 buy zone, very, very interesting. Now, obviously, market sentiment is selling off just a tad bit, but again, a reminder: look at Lucid, folks. From a risk reward, what do you see, folks? What do you see, folks? Support, $2. Support, $2. Support, $2. Support. then you get the rip, then the dip, support, then the rip, then the dip, support, then the rip, and then the dip. Potential support? Question mark. I'm not a fortune teller, but I see the data in front of me. Okay? I'm just considering the data in front of me. I'm just considering it. All I'm saying. All right, folks. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna leave the stream on for a minute. So just enjoy the stream, enjoy the music. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, we're back. What's happening with the market? Let's see, YouTube. Why is it not showing up? Again, it's just... Okay, that's YouTube. Trades 2G. Alright, we are back. Okay. Alright, let's see what's happening with the market. Chicka. God, this looks... Alright, Lucid. Open. SLQT. PLTR. Oh shit. So look at PLTR. Wow. This is different. This is really, really different. Very interesting. PLTR. Let me see the daily on this thing. Are you guys with me? Can you guys hear me? I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hello? 1 2 3. 1 2 3 test. I'm gonna double check here. Yeah, you can hear me. Yes. All right. Thank you. All right. So let's take a look at the macroeconomics. I like to go back to the macro. My puts are printing, folks. Give me my money. All right, I'm up. All right, we're gonna wait and just continuously just be patient with my put position. And I just literally saw this on the fly, and I just bought a put contract. I didn't even think about it. I just bought it. I didn't have to think about it. I just knew that this was an opportunity. It may or may not pan out in my favor, but I took my TA and I have faith in it. All right, so Palantir is really interesting. All right, Palantir on the daily is really, really interesting. And this is good to draw and observe. You're above the 50 EMA and SMA, but you're below the 5 EMA, and you're also rejecting. Now your 5 EMA is now acting as a key resistance. Acting as a key resistance, not indicator, tool. So wow, look at this again. Just look at this one. Look at this fat neglection right here. Look at this fat neglection. So Palantir, really interesting. So you're not really breaking above. You're finding key resistance around 158.23-ish, approximately 158, and it's like you really didn't break above it. You know, yeah, you're getting buying pressure without question. Is that sustainable? Right? Is that sustainable? We can let go of that. So this is really interesting to see where the trend in where Palantir is. People see they're like, oh, buy the dip, but I wouldn't be buying the dip if it's not breaking out of a key resistance area. Because like now look, you're just in a 6% range-ish, more or less. If you bought at these dips, 6% range-ish, right? So in theory, now you're what? You're just now in a rectangle bottom. That's interesting. This is why I'm saying it's very interesting what Palantir is presenting itself, because normally you would just see rippers and rippers and rippers and upside, 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 upside. But now it's like Palantir's just doing something different. You know? It's very interesting. Now, I do see a pattern forming now. I do see a pattern. Right? I do see this. I do see that. Let me get rid of this, right? I do see this. Alright. Right? Very, very interesting. I'm actually impressed. Like I said before, we normally see Palantir just do this all day. It just does this all day. Just up only. And it's like really not giving you that momentum. Now, let me turn on my volume indicator as well. Let me turn on the volume indicator as well. Let me get rid of all this trend line bullshit. What's the volume in here? Moving average, and you didn't even break move. You didn't even. Whoa. Wow, dude, I don't know, but this is weird. This is weird. Now let me see if we have any divergence. No divergence here. Maybe on the 12-hour I can see divergences. Yeah, you can see divergences on the 12-hour. Yeah, you definitely can see divergences on the 12-hour. Yeah, multiple bullish divergences. Multiple, but not like, you know, fucking wowzers. They're just shitty scalps. They're like shitty rounding bottoms. The RSI on the daily though is very interesting. Look what the RSI is telling you. Again, Palantir, absolutely impressive. And the worst part is, it's that key area of support and resistance. I'm trading FFAI while KU is taking a nap. I really do honestly think the shorts, they're piling on. KULR. I mean, the shorts are worried, or I mean, whoever's piling this shit down are worried because it's like, it's changing the world. KULR is changing the world day by day, little by little, but they don't want this thing to fly. All right, huge rejection on SPY right now. FFAI, I'll take a look at FFAI. Let's take a look at the macroeconomics first. My puts are printing, folks. My puts are printing tomorrow. I'm probably gonna close my put position. Happy I got a put in here. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Very clean. Love making money on the downside. I will not deny that. TLRY real quick, also making money. I bought a nice little share. I think it was around, what was my position? I bought a couple shares at $1.25. At $1.25 right now. So this is my $1.25 on TLRY. There's my position. So I'm probably, how much am I up? $1.25. I'm up so far 12% on my trade. Actually, no. I'm actually exactly at $1.25, my OCD. I'm up 8% on my trade. I might exit. I might just exit. I don't know if I want to really exit. But yeah, I'm going to exit. I'm happy with that. And tomorrow still looks like it's going to have a nicer rippy day. I'm not really seeing any bearish indicators going off yet. I do like the RSI bouncing off the moving average. We're above the bull zone. And your your positive DI sloping up at 35. And what I love most is that the ADX is still pointing to the upside. So I don't see any bearish momentum thus far. Candle structure is not giving me bearish indicators yet. We still have 2 hours and 15 minutes to print. Now, if I start seeing a long wick shadow tail on the impulse, which is at the impulse as we speak, then I will consider obviously a bearish reversal. But right now we are not seeing that bearish reversal yet, okay? The body's still 50%, so still above the 50% body. I would start looking at it below 50%. If you have a selling pressure and your body candles at 50% or below, then that would be considered like a shooting star, or just a bearish harami forming, stuff like that on those terms. Right now I'm not really worried about what's printing, but I am taking a little bit off the shelf here on TLRY. I am up 7% on the trade, so I'm gonna take that off. And boom, 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 boom. What's Lucid upside look like? Lucid is a dog shit company. Let me repeat. Lucid is a dog shit company based off the charts. But if you had to take a Lucid from a risk reward, what is Lucid doing right now? All right, what is Lucid? Where's Lucid finding support? At the what? Look at that. It's already up 3 cents or 2 cents. I think I said this at 2006 or 2007, and already up a couple percentage points, up 2 points up. So why is everyone and their mother now buying Lucid at? Why? What is happening here on Lucid on the daily? What's happening in the circles, folks? I'll wait. I don't want to give you the answer without the hard work. What is Lucid doing? Where are you in Lucid? Okay. Where's your key resistance if you were to take this trade? Not financial advice. Where do you see the thing retesting bottom, right? And where do you see it retesting? If you know from price history that it likes to bump up after buying at support, what happens to price after you buy support? To bounce at 208. Okay, arguably, yeah, that's a good assessment. That's a good, if you're looking from a micro level, you potentially get in the trade and then you sell at 228. I mean 20. Oh, I thought you said 228. My bad. To bounce 208. I thought you said 228. Because technically speaking, if you would have said 228, look what the rejection line is, which would have been perfect. If you told me 228, technically speaking, that's a nice, not financial advice, that would have been a nice little swing trade, right? That would have been a nice 9% trade. All right. If you want to risk it, not financial advice, you would hold it and then hopefully get another retest of that lower high, which equals to 20% of a potential swing trade. Because look, you're inside a descending triangle, and look, you're making a high, lower high, lower high, a lower high. So if you were to get in now and then you wait for the 228, well, from now to 228, that is a nice 6% trade, right? 6% trade. 8% trade, right? And if you were to hold it a little bit longer, and if only if you get into this new lower high, it would be 21% trade. So you decide, got it. You decide. You decide where you want to, potentially do your own TA, but from a risk reward based off what I see from prior candle, people are buying it here and then somehow they're exiting somewhere. So just something to consider. I'm not sure where exactly that is, but just consider the pattern in front of you. What's the data in front of you? The charts and what's in front of you. Not financial advice. Always manage your own risk. I can always be wrong. But very nice to see that, at least Lucid is now buying. People are stepping in at key support area. So your batteries also have to act nice. Always remember macroeconomics play a role as well. So very interesting to see that Lucid now is at a key area of support, which is really, really nice to see though. All right, really, really nice to see on Lucid. Make sure you sleep tonight. Wink, wink. Right. No, I'm sleeping alone tonight. I am definitely sleeping alone tonight. It's good to take like a good to take a relaxation. A relaxation for sure. So, actually, I might even consider Lucid. I do like where Lucid is right now. I'm not gonna lie. I really do like Lucid where she's at right now. Oh, Neo. Duh. How did I forget Neo? Oh, dude, we were just talking about Neo. Wow. We were just talking about Neo. Nice little rejection here on Neo. Nice little rejection on Neo at this trend line. Okay, so that's good. That's really good. Really, 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 really good. KULR, NINO, PLTR. Dude, I'm telling you, PLTR is doing something different. I normally don't see this. And it's not looking good. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it's not your typical PLTR movements, like upside or downside, but it's just not, it's just different. And it's weird. It's very weird. Okay, so let's go back to SPY a little bit. Let's see what's happening with SPY. Again, not really breaking out of this bearish trend line. And let me draw it a little bit better because that was fucking bad. Let me actually add confluence. There you go. That's your key bearish trend line. Actually, it should have been here. It should have been right there. So that's that. All right, let's see if we can actually break below it or above it. Looks like we bounced it and then breaking above it, but I don't like how this wick is lower than the previous one. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Just in the United States to take ownership in more companies. United States government to take ownership in more companies. Whoa. Whoa, folks. Whoa. What the fuck? What is this? Ended up triple dipping on Thar, but didn't check open afterwards, and missed out on it dropping to my buying point. Nothing wrong with that as long as you had a plan. Yeah, but like, I'm reading this and it's like something's going off in my head. Like, whoa, this doesn't look good because what is this, communism? United States government to take ownership in more companies. Are you trying to say Nvidia's next? Nvidia's next? Take more ownership in companies. Okay, so INTC. So who the fuck is buying Intel chips? I'm not. All right, unless you're gonna use them on your, B-52 Boeings and jets and shit like that. Okay, well, go for it. But I'm not buying Intel. If I'm gonna upgrade my computer, I'm not buying chips that were made in 1920s. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna buy AMD because that's the wave, and they're more efficient and better. So I don't know what the government's trying to do, but if you're targeting Nvidia, I would worry. If they start putting their money in Nvidia, I would really be worried about them taking over Nvidia. Intel's still superior for consumer workstations. There you go. Simple, simplistic use. Sure. Anything above that, I would argue I would just rather buy AMD. Very interesting, kind of scary that the government's now putting their, they're talking about taking over companies. A little bit concerning though. I wouldn't be happy to read a headline like that, like at all. I'd be kind of worried. I would be scared shit to read a headline like that. So SPY not really moving much. Just keeping an eye. Whoa, I kind of went a little crazy on these trends, but look at that. It's respecting the. You know what? What the am I doing? What am I doing? First and foremost, I can just do this all day, and just do this. Like, what am I doing? You find a new tool and you don't use it, you fucking retard. You find a new tool and you don't use it. I mean, yeah, the white is clean. You get to see the clean resistance support levels. All right, so let's see if we can change it up a bit. I would argue this is actually better. What's the original? No. What's the insider now? So it's between Skiff. I think that's the winner, and then modified Skiff. Ooh, this is also a nice one. Ooh, I don't know. Because I do find... yeah, it is finding... Damn, these are really good options. I'm not going to lie. I would argue this one's better. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this one on. I would argue that's better. All right. Yeah. Yep. I'd argue this is better. Cause look at the mean, the median. Yep. And then you find support here. Yep. Clean rejection here at this trend line. Okay, multiple candles of rejection. But then it's like, damn. Maybe it's just skips. Finding key support there. No. Alright, whatever. Fine. I'll just fucking leave it there. Alright, let's take a look at Kia ULR. Nothing happening. LCID. Let's put that on the bottom left here. See if we can break out of a trend. 355. There you go. Now up another point. Now up another point on Intel. Another point on Intel. I mean, not Intel, Lucid. Another point on Lucid after that bounce. Approximately. It's probably never too late to get in. Not financial advice. But if you notice, Lucid making strides at the bottom. See what happens if you buy its support? Buy its support, sell at resistance. Buy its support, sell at resistance. What is resistance there? LCID. Very interesting to see on Lucid. Gonna call it a day for now. We'll maybe check into open near, close for small sell-off. Nice, Flatfish. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching the stream, brother. I appreciate it. Have a beautiful day, and always protect yourselves. Always protect yourself. And we can also draw a great day. Where was I? Oh. There you go. Ooh, look at that perfect. Yeah, you know what? I'll leave that there. Oh yeah, I'll leave that there for sure. Alright, and then boom, we can close that out. Now we have resistance and support on our little macro trend. Look at that. Lucid, another point. Another point, folks. 211. 211, folks. It really wants more, huh? It really does want more. All right, open. Let's take a SLQT. Bro, what are you doing? Just give me the money, bro. Inverted hammer on the on USAR. Inverted hammer. Clean rejection there. Ooh, SPY. Whoa, SPY breaking down, hitting a key area of support. Yeah. Very interesting to see. That means everything else is dragging it down. Interesting. What's going on in the Discord, folks? Join the Discord, like the video for those of you still tuning in. For those of you still tuning in, folks, join the Discord. Only $20 to get in. Whoa, SPY. Woohoo. Yikes. Not looking good. Actually, really concerning. Really concerning right now. Wow. Now we really broke this trend here off of this bearish blue line. So now you're breaking in. Is it medium range? No. So now you're in a trend again. Bearish trend. So you have a pop-up trend and then you have a baby trend. Here's another trend rejection here, folks. Very interesting to see. What's going on with crypto? Open, selling off a little bit. Nothing crazy. Lucid up another point. Actually, 211. Still stuck in the same range. $2.11. But you know, we were talking about this at $2.06. Really interesting. Days PNL. It's down 14%? Huh? Okay, so SPY absolutely just getting hammered right now. Point negative 16%. What else is out there? We have Grab. There was one. Let's see what's Grab. I haven't seen Grab in a while. Is it above 5 or below 5? This is absolutely a dog shit company. Like, absolutely dog shit. Personally, me, I would not. There's an influencer out there that I will not say that he's so positive on Grab, and unfortunately, I personally just don't see. I would even argue canceling this ascending triangle because it's not really doing anything. Because look at this pattern now. What do you see? Yeah, it's just in a range. It's been in a range for X amount of months. Oh my god, it's been in a range since fucking October, November of last year. Get me out of here. It's really in a range. Still, like oh my god. SLQT. I gotta go work out after this. TLRY. Wow. 14% on the day, folks. USAR. SPY coming down again. Rejection, rejection, rejection. I would be worried, worried, worried. All right. So Palantir is also kind of interesting. Again, it's not really making me, it's not giving me any bullish momentum. It's honestly a little bit scary right now. There you go. It's in this side, it's in this structure. Palantir is really not making moves. I wonder if this is the bottom. I mean the top. All right. So, I guess I'm going to, okay. All right, Lucid wants it. I was going to say something, but then I see Lucid, it wants to do something. Lucid wants to do something right now, actually. Huh. Huh. Very interesting. Lucid. Oh shit, I think it hit $2.12. I think it did. Alright, so it's a little choppy today. I'm not really gonna stress myself. It is what it is. So we're gonna end the stream here. Thank you so much, folks, for watching. Like the video, subscribe to my channel, join the Discord. It's only $20 to get in. Solid day today. A little bit of a bearish momentum indicators going off on SPY. We shall monitor it throughout the day, and then tomorrow we'll take a look at it again. So thanks so much for tuning in. Thank you, Porter, for being supportive, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Get Venmo. I had Venmo, and then they did something a little funny, so I just stopped using. I just didn't like their business practice, but it's all good. You know, it is what it is. So thank you so much, folks, and have a beautiful day. Cheers.